Welcome into a special edition of the 2032 eMLB Amateur Draft. Great to have you here, everybody. It is Commish LB getting ready to call a long day of activity. It is going to keep us busy, to put it mildly. And yes, got to dress up. Wearing purple in honor of my mom fighting the battle of pancreatic cancer, and learned something new today, actually, that purple also is for epilepsy. And as my wife is on the border of likely being diagnosed with that, great news though, she hasn't had a seizure since the Wednesday prior. We have to go back more than 13 months for that to happen, so that's been our normal for a long time. She was averaging one a day. Fact she hasn't had one in a while is a great thing, so honored to be wearing purple in honor of the two most important ladies in my life, and look good for you guys on this special occasion. Hey, he looks good in eMLB camo, that's for sure. We've got Tim Lowry here with us from Backfields Media as he's wearing his credentials. He is prepared as can be. He is one of the hardest working men around the eMLB universe, and he, guys, keeps you informed and keeps you energized for all things eMLB. Mr. Lowry, how we doing today?
Excited, thrilled. Thank you for having me on. This is so much fun. I cannot wait for this to kick off.
Oh, it should be an absolute blast for us. We've got a full pool to talk about. We have an awful lot of enjoyment, I think, for us in particular on the activity and the action that we will do today. But, you know, we should remind people that we kind of have a little bit of importance here for this particular draft because we have something very new that we haven't done before. Now, we've done sort of this new before, but today is the official day. What are we talking about? is indeed. It is today. The future is now, everybody. It is the first official day of business for the San Antonio Missions and the Nashville Stars. Teams number 33 and 34 coming to the eMLB universe. They'll not officially play ball until next season, although these rookies that will be drafted, keep this in mind, Cody and Eddie, these rookies that will be drafted, they're going to be put to the test because they will be thrown into Rookie League, the United States Rookie League that we do, the USL. They'll be playing ball with everybody else. And of course, they'll be participating in Winter League as well, as both of those teams will be pulling in rosters and building their squad to be able to offer that then. So, my goodness, a lot to thank. There is an awful lot of people to thank here. Yes, it does have top tier status. Yes, it does indeed. So, you know what? I think we just got a gifted sub from our friend Brendan. I should make sure that here, give me a moment. I didn't set myself up perfectly for this yet. Let me make sure that any of your alerts come today, although that'll throw Tim and I off, but that's not hard to do for either of us as is. So, yeah, we'll put that right in the middle, and we will get Tim and I back on. Yes, I know you can see that. It's amateur hour here at Casa de Commish. Brendan, thank you very much for the tier 2 resub here. Huge shout out to everybody. VR Mind coming in, doing not only joining the Commish Corner for the first time, which will get him 12 boosts there, but he also dropped 20 gifted subs. Nothing like some horny toads also thrown in a sea of Jedi cats, right? And that's exactly what happened there as he dropped 20 there. We've even had an Uncle Peco sighting. Dear Lord. Uncle Peco starting off early here thanks to Moose Powers. Hold on, I will have to remind myself, we should do the wheel. We can do the wheel before we do anything else. We might as well. So, Moose, if you are out and about, why don't we have you at least do your wheel spin here? Again, I'm afraid I'm going to miss somebody today because, again, we've made it possible today for people to have gifted subs if they wish at a discount. You can thank Twitch for creating that. I make less, which is fine. Aiden, thanks for the gifts, but don't forget.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
Moose, you'll get 10 additional boosts as well. Yeah, I had a feeling this could potentially happen with what I was doing. We're going to do our absolute best to keep up as best as we can with the Jedi Cats. Aiden did it.
Great horny toad!
Flying dropped 5, and NC Pirate says, well, I'll throw some toads that I found over in D.C. somewhere. Please don't throw your local congressman at us. We don't need those types of horny toads. Did I say that out loud? I did. I may have not thought this through on how well I'll be able to keep up with this, so... Tim, meanwhile, from his Backfields Media studios, has done the same.
Never say the media doesn't give back.
Minerva did it. Sean Paxlayer, Tim Lowry, NC Pirate, Flying, lots of Jedi Cats, Aiden as well, Horny Toads, VR Mind as well. Ken, you're awesome. The most important thing I'm looking for is to make sure, you know what, Tim, if I'm busy and you have some paper, you just want to chicken scratch anybody that you realize is a name that get a gifted sub, just so we don't miss anybody for getting
34
boosts.
months.
It might be good for us to divide and conquer here a bit today. I'm doing a quick peek. I don't see anybody that has gotten one. Wade Beers doesn't count. Nice
At least not
try.
without help.
Yes. Benny got one. Again, thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate the kindness of everybody. Hebrew, how are you, sir? Good to have you here. I got your message. I have not disclosed to anybody what you shared, but I'm hoping all is well on your end. And if you need anything from me, please let me know. Well, again, it is eMLB Draft Day. We've got 5 rounds. This is a first for us. Normally, we would do 2 rounds, then we would do 3 more on a following day. But because on my own end with my wife's health struggles, my mom's health struggles, the 2032 season has really been stretched. Now, I like to go slow and tell a story, but not as slow as we've been. So our intent here with the draft, we're trying something out. We're using a weekend. We're trying to see how well this will work and see if we'll try this more going forward versus our Wednesday, Thursday format. With that said, we intend to do 5 rounds. The first round is completely pre-produced and in the can with special graphics. Huge shout out to my daughter, Rocky Draws, for her excellent work as well. Again, you might have noticed when you saw the draft cover.
Optimus Prime.
Might have
Draft
noticed she
time,
had a
the
little
most wonderful
extra.
time of the twice a year.
Well, thank you, Anju, for that. 58 months on dropping Optimus Prime on everybody. But you might notice she's got a little bit of extra pizzazz. She was going to do it for all the other slimes, but I was like, kid, I don't think either of us has the time for that, but we appreciate it. And again, big shout out to our sponsors of the show, APM Music and Moon Brew, which, of course, Moon Brew, real quick, might as well. If you didn't know, you can hit the link. I don't do this super often today, but if you hit that link, if you want a healthier way to a better night's sleep, improved cortisol levels, even better digestion, then take Moon Brew. Check it out. You can use that code Fluffy Kitty Ninjas to get 20% off on your order. All right, so we've got a draft upon us. I got to make sure I am as set up as can be for that. I have everything where I want it, maybe. Go away, go away. There we go. All right, so here we are. We are ready to do 5 rounds today. The first round will be pre-produced. Rounds 2 through 5 will be done live and on the fly by our general managers. You can keep track on the Stats Plus page that will update. I just provided that link in the chat as well, in case you are out and about and you want to see what has happened since. Again, we know we've got a lot of CCPs. You know what? I meant to double check the count. How many CCPs did we have this go around, Tim? 32?
I know this one. Yes. Yes, 32.
Perfect. So that's enough for 1 round. Now, nope, you're not all going in the first round. That would be wonderful. We'd love for that to be. But like anything, it's work. It's gotta put some effort into it. Even if all you do is just spend some time with us, you will have the opportunity to improve your player. Many ways for people to earn boosts. We have people who have been successful that have never officially themselves up to the show. We love having them here. You're all part of the eMLB universe. Of course, people who are kind enough to support our hard work and time we put into it through subs and gifted subs and stuff. It's the least we can do to give back on it, and it helps you improve your player a little bit more. Never expected, no obligation for that, but we honor that you are enjoying the content we provide. So for our first round here, we're going to do an introduction to each of our teams as they come up. We'll be talking about them. Of course, what I'm most excited to have this year, this is a twist. This guy has not been a part of a draft show before. In fact, most times it's just been yours truly. Now, nothing gets me more excited than when Tim provides any content to the eMLB universe, because it just gets people talking and thinking. Whether it is talking trade or previewing what he thinks is the top 100, this is going to be a fun story to tell all day today as we see the fate of each team and how they either improve or maybe even set themselves back a little bit on their selections that they make. always professional, never take it personal. We're here to just entertain. It's just a couple of opinions. And as my father once said, opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one, and some are stinkier than others. I added that last part. That's my generational take on that particular story there. So, all right.
And I've already been called Mel Kiper twice. This is great.
Oh boy, I don't know if we want that. I mean,
Mel Kiper.
wouldn't you rather be what, Tim Kirkchin or
No.
no? All right. Well, Mel
Mel
Kiper's
Kiper's fine.
Mel Kiper.
I just don't have the hair for it.
No. Well, between the two of us, neither of us would make up for it combined. So. Over to, let's get this underway. Our number one pick will go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. So as we take a peek at the Diamondbacks this season, 27 wins so far this year. David Jolly, stroker ace, taking over this team and trying to build on it. Now, there are definitely some parts of this team that look very much with a lot of potential. Benjamin Sisko looks like a very adept second baseman. Brock Rutherford could be the best 1-9 pitcher in the league right now, possibly. And some other things that I've seen. Hendry Mendez seems to love hitting the long ball. Now, if only he could probably hit about 20, 25 points better. That might be a plus in itself, too. So, obviously, on a team like this, they had just announced putting on the 60-day DL, Ricky Tiedemann, who, of course, is suffering from a elbow-based issue. His season is expected to be done, but this is a team that will likely hope to see him a part of their solution for future seasons. Now, there are some huge parts in this farm system. Paul Bailey, that's Sir Pug's community credit player. This is a two-way talent that we could see in the corner outfield and on the mound. And we are hearing rumor that he may be making his major league debut very soon. They've got future potential in outfielder Chad Olzer recently just got permitted out of the rookie leagues. He's ranked in the top 20 right now. Again, Tiedemann that they've lost, he's just outside the top 50. And they have at least one other pitcher that is in the top 200 of prospects. This farm system is in the top 3 currently. It definitely is looking towards the future still as you watch a team only winning 30% of its games right now. So that first question, when you've got the entire pool of 860 players available to you at this particular moment, what would you think would be the first overall selection that could either be a difference maker sooner rather than later, or could be a player that maybe you have to wait a little bit longer for, but provides a lot more consistency to this Arizona squad in the desert? This is a team looking to get back to its glory that won a world championship in the second season of the 2.0 era where GMs were involved, 2023 to be exact. So we're almost a decade past that glory, definitely falling on harder times. And you got to think, bottom's been hit. What do you think is that good first step that a team like Arizona should seriously consider taking before we reveal the pick?
I think you have to go for a CCP from either an experienced creator. I'm starting to view these multiple CCP guys as almost their own little baseball academies, if you will. Or we always, every draft, have real life players that mimic very closely the guys that they represent. That wouldn't be a bad solution either. But for this and the way that this team has been going, and who I know we rated very highly, anything less than a top CCP here would be a mistake.
Well said. And I really love that reference on Baseball Academy, especially, again, want to say once upon a time and never, ever expected. But some of the individuals have been kind enough when they've had a lot of boost to act like a Baseball Academy and kind of pass down that knowledge to let others benefit from it. So, but that is a pretty good reference and probably a very viable solution. There are definitely names on both sides of that would make an awful lot of sense for this organization to consider. So with that, let's not make anyone wait any longer. We are about 3 minutes away from our first ad break, so I think that'll be a perfect time for us to introduce. Now, ad breaks, we're going to pretty much play through. If you have been subbed, sub yourself, or gifted sub, make sure you refresh so that you will skip the ad break, because the ad break is only if you're not subbed to the channel. If you are subbed, you should not get an ad. That is the least we can do for you being a part of it. We're going to power through those with the exception of this first one. So with that said, let's introduce who the first overall selection will be in the 2032 amateur draft. It is, as Tim said, go with someone who has built a baseball academy. Jimmy Pratt, 21 years old, from a senior at Penn State. A switch-hitting defensive general. Excellent speed for a catcher. Not necessarily in Lola Thurman category, because Lola qualifies as a unicorn. But if there's something to express on Pratt, he's an absolute grinder at the plate. Good plate awareness, considered to have phenomenal ability to read where the pitch is going, so he has good awareness of the strike zone, at least when Angel Hernandez is not behind there. Now, interestingly enough, he's your first-round pick. There might be a lot of argument, which we'll defer to Tim in a moment here. Is he the best catcher in this pool? Probably not right now, but he probably has the best upside of any of the catchers here. And if anything this pick shows, it shows that the Arizona Diamondbacks, regardless of which general manager is in charge, has an obsession with players out of Chicago, Illinois. Jimmy Pratt is your number one overall selection here. Tim, Backfields Media, what is your take on this pick?
Love this pick. Catcher has been a position that Arizona has been trying to solve for almost a generation. 3 different general managers tried to make Austin Bodie into something serviceable. We've done Rule 5 picks for that. Pratt is an amazing pick. This is like Joe Mauer with speed. Very athletic, very durable, great defense. If his floor is a high on-base percentage guy with great defense, that's more than Arizona has had. He will be able to handle a pitching staff. Totally agree with this pick. Well done.
I think you make a very good point as we come back to our cameras in our studios here. I think you make a phenomenal point that if there might be something massively lacking within Arizona's footprint, for lack of a better term, it has been having a real general behind the plate that can probably improve on that staff. Because again, you've got a talent like a Brock Rutherford. You still have some names that are still respectable, although maybe losing their way a bit in Edward Elric. And you just think it's got to be an enhancement, not just for the offensive talent, but for what he'll be able to do for a pitching staff that, for lack of a better terms, is currently bottom third. It's got an ERA just under 6, 5.95 through the first half of the season.
And 7 of their top 10 prospects are pitchers. So this tide raises all of the boats in terms of prospects for them. This really sets a stage for them. Everything else they do in this draft can be just built upon that. Pratt's a really good spot. And Sir Pug, well-known creator, he ticks all the boxes. Pratt's going to be a star for years to come.
Agreed. Indeed. And we know the name, at least speaking outside of eMLB, we know the name from Red Rock League as well, I believe even in PBE. So, of course, Pug is a gem for any community he's a part of. Of course, you know, it might be even that much more involved if he wasn't across the way, and that it's already mid, you know, early evening for him right now. But again, Pug will often be at our evening shows, and it's like, isn't it the next day for you? Aren't you literally the man of tomorrow right this moment, and you're here? I guess you like us. So the fact that we can rely on Pug to show up at times like that is great in itself. So Jimmy Pratt, Sir Pug's community credit player, actually one of two that he has in this pool. Again, are people who do not run a team in eMLB are technically allowed to create as many players as they're willing to manage, role play, keep track of in the eMLB universe. And Pug chose to create two players in this pool. He will get the first overall selection. That puts our first one to bed. There's about a minute and a half left on ads. So what I will do is I will continue on, but I will delay the second pick until we are officially back live again. It is the Atlanta Braves. Now, Braves will get to pick second here, but thanks to the work done by Moose Powers, making some adjustments and moves that he has done, he finds himself 52-37 so far this year. As we take a look at the team, they are 12 games back in second place in the NL East. Now, it's already a chore itself to keep up with the Philadelphia Phillies when they've only lost not even 30% of their games all year. So let's give Atlanta an absolute credit as they are seeing improvement on all realms that they look at here. As you look at recent stats, they might not stick out on anything specific. Again, fifth in starters ERA, which is respectable compared to where it was last season. Hitting could definitely use some improvement as well. There are definitely some players who have performed a little bit under par so far. But again, starting to see some improvement. Gorgalicious Booty Whomper, Gorgo's community credit players started to show his talent. The acquisition of Ezekiel Tovar also turned into a positive for him. Maybe one of those misses possibly would be the acquisition of free agent community credit player Austin Lynch, who's kind of losing some playing time right now and hitting below 220 with 5 homers. That's at least 40 points below his career average. But on the pitching side, I would say, while he's fallen on a little bit of a hiccup here of late, I want to say that bringing Kodai Senga in has at least assisted the rest of the rotation to be playing at levels more appropriate for him. Max Powers seems to have benefited from this as he's a mid-3 ERA and an 8-game winner. Same for Arturo Bonilla. Jordan Fowler doing well on the back end. And the ageless one, Jose Leclerc, continues to be impressive with 20 saves here so far this year. Now, down on the farm, they have some upside indeed, although most of it is probably a little further away, just outside the top 10 currently in minor league systems. A lot of pitchers are within that top 200. They've got 4 pitchers there. They do have Mike Ebeling, Ted Brody, Jake Murphy, all either in the high, just outside the top 100, or Mike Ebeling as the 79th best prospect. Now, the downside for that is all of them are no higher than A-plus ball right now. And, of course, let me do the shout-out to Kuli Kekalde, just because I love saying the name. He is just outside their top 200. He's in double-A ball. So, this is a squad that has a bit of a gap before players, you know, there's not necessarily a prospect on that list that you're like, that guy will be called up and make a huge difference here in August or September. So this team, while benefiting from its upside now, might still be looking a bit more towards next year, more so than anything. But now, Pratt's off the board. Everybody else out there, where do you think an organization like Atlanta with a promising pool of players, but still no one ready or ripened enough to be good to go now. What would you anticipate is a good next step for an organization like them right now?
I feel like there's two ways to approach this. You either get the best player available, keep building your capital in your minor league system, or you try to make a move to get someone who's a little bit closer to ready now, so kind of like speed up that progression. There are some really great names on our big board that are available. I would, if it was me, and of course I've failed at this before, but uh, I would really be leaning towards a best available approach and get somebody who is going to provide some spark, some excitement for the fans, and then continue to build that team from the bottom up.
I am Optimus Prime.
Tom, thank you for dropping Optimus Prime on everyone as well, sir. Where did my pen go? Oh, there's my pen. Been busy fumbling around with it as I talk here. Let me write that down quick. And with that, I would say we are ready to introduce our second overall selection here. Here is the Braves' choice. Braves will stay with a community-created player, and it is one of their own creation. It is Zach Powers, the Little Moose. He is a switch hitter, 22 years old, little on the diminutive side compared to some of the talent we have in the universe. He's 5'8", 170 pounds. Don't let that fool you. The senior from Boston College with above-average talent and phenomenal defender in his days at BC. He had been prone to a couple of lapses in his judgment that made some costly errors, but nothing that really would put too much risk on him, as you see, is his selection here. A very solid stealing talent. A lot of scouts believe 30-plus stolen base potential in a regular season. Gotta say, absolute prototypical leadoff type of hitter, table setter for the Braves being picked here. Again, maybe a little bit of a homer pick. Maybe a pick that could have been gone elsewhere since Moose Powers is bringing in the squad. There was enough belief that he could potentially have been acquired in the first round elsewhere, which might have been the reasoning here. But Zach Powers, wearing number 2, will be selected second overall here in the 2032 draft. Tim, what's your thoughts on Zach Powers?
My big board had him number 4, so this is not a reach in any sort of way, and it makes perfect sense. The Powers Academy has done extremely well with the players that they've brought on. He's a switch hitter, very fast. At worst, he's going to be an elite 4th outfielder for them, even if his bat falls short, but I don't see any reason why that will. He's good mechanics. He's got great work ethic, exceptional baseball intelligence. Scouts in general just salivate over a player like this. If not a leadoff, then a number 2. This really sets the top of that order, and I feel like he could be ready sooner than later, quite frankly. Good pick.
Excellent. I was just seeing people are joking he's the Muggsy Bogues of center fielders of this particular pool. And Moose Powers saying that Big Brothers Max and Mac purely hyped him up and convinced to pull the trigger with him on this pick. So Zach Powers will be the number 2 overall selection. Moose, if you want to go into your Stats Plus and select him, I believe you should be allowed to choose him. Go right ahead. Again, the draft board is available for those who are not regular general managers and you like to see what's going on. I know we're super early in the draft, but that'll give you an opportunity to keep up with things today. Courtesy reminder again, today only, you're getting special drops. And also for today only, I have set a 35% discount for gifted subs of 5 or more. Many of you have taken place in that already. And we want to make sure we understand those who are in the draft pool, GM or non-GM. If you have done anything today, as always, I thank you for your kindness, but you'll get 5 additional boosts on top of whatever your normal reward is today. So again, that goes to anybody, whether you're first timers here or you have been a consistent regular of the eMLB universe. But it is specific, the extra 5 boosts is specific to those in the draft pool today. Everybody else does get to benefit from the 35% off on Twitch. So in other words, what I can earn goes down, but what you can get still stays the same. It still works for me as far as I'm concerned. Number 3 pick, Sacramento Athletics on the clock now here, so to speak. And it's Diz, who I know will not be available to us yet. He will be in for a little later today. Diz, in his first time of being an Athletics general manager, moving over from the Cubs, I feel like he's adjusting well so far. As we take a peek at the squad, they had to bring over Hervé Briand as part of the condition to get a couple of things that he wanted in place, namely Anthony Godwin. Briand, while very expensive for a small budget team, 8-4, 2.73 earned run average, clearly denoting he is the Athletics ace of this squad. Team is 5 games under 500, which again is significantly better than its recent history. If we go down and look at the recent history, you see they're only 4 wins away from tying what they did for all of 2030, and they are on pace to likely do better than they have done any time since 2024. That is a huge difference when you look at that first and foremost. Now looking at, once again, on the team, Ellie De La Cruz in his sophomore season finally starting to light it up and look like what he is capable of doing. Anthony Godwin had an incredibly slow start, but he has adapted to life in Sacramento since just over 300 with a couple dozen homers. Kellen DeBishop is getting some opportunities, as he had some opportunities with Ben Haslam's Astros once upon a time. Showed he had that potential. Now that he's a bit of a regular, he's showing it again. Yasiel Puig finally remembering he can hit for average while hitting for power as well, too, which is a plus for him. But still, a lot of things that could be looked at or worked on for this squad. So now as we look at the farm kind of in the middle here, guys like Evan Dyson might be on the cusp of making a difference. Joel Lauk, who was one of the acquisitions that Diz wanted to have come over, did get a brief opportunity, but he is working back in AAA now to try to develop just a little bit further. So there are definitely some parts here that could be used in the near future, including a guy like an Anakin Flamewalker. That is a community credit player of Attica Online. So just on a quick peek, and can't forget Ozzy Bones. That is D-Block CCP, and he is in the top 25 of prospects. Might be seeing AA action in the near future. I don't know if Ozzy is going to be ready for the majors at any time this particular point. Early thoughts from your end on Athletics and where you think it'd probably be more prudent for them to go after.
Diz inherited quite a bit and is very good at shepherding that. There's a lot of players in AAA who are close. I think there'll be a lot of interesting cups of coffee, both as pitchers and hitters at the end of this season. It's kind of an open board for them. I kind of lean pitching a little bit here, but best available. I mean, the top of the draft board is pretty heavy pitching right now with Pratt and Powers off the board. So I'll be curious to see if we finally get our first pitcher here or whether he goes position player or not.
Actually, now you've got me wondering. I feel like we've always had a pitching prospect taken in the top 3 drafts since we began this in 2022 with general managers. So that's a really good point. I guess
so.
if you have any opportunity to peek at that while we're talking here, great. But don't let that distract you from your fun that you're doing today. Just curiosity. Like, I feel like we've had pitchers picked at least through the first 3 rounds. So now,
I think you're right, but I will double check when I get a break.
yeah, now let's see if that will change here. Let's introduce who the Athletics will make for their first selection here in the 2032 draft. Well, we're going to wait a little longer. Jackson Holliday, the second baseman and the son of Matt Holliday, has been selected here. What a talent. Perhaps maybe the best high schooler in this pool in regards to if you play the who's going to get to the majors first. I would put my money on Jackson Holliday. Hold on, Pecos moment.
It's kind of pretty before it gets started, ain't it?
Pecos likes a pick.
Froggy when courting, he did ride Crambo. Froggy when courting, he did ride Crambo. Froggy when courting, he did ride a sword and a revolver by his side, Crambo.
Holy crap. Someone's got to get a whole bunch of furniture there for Big E because he just dropped 50 gifted subs. Holy crap.
Tables everywhere.
Wow. Thank you very much there, Big E. Much appreciated. He does have Vash Stampede is in the draft pool. He'll probably go in the first pick in the next round now because who knows? Who knows, dear Lord. Again, you can only use so many of those, and he's got multiple players, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Again, we'll get back to that in a moment. Thank you very much for the gifted subs to the community, Big E. I will double check the list and make sure anyone who got a gifted sub that has a player will be able to benefit from that. Anybody else, if you wanted to make a player, the bad news is you're not going to be able to see him in this draft today. But there's the form, so you can get in on the shenanigans. It'll be about 6 months before you get to hear your name get called. But we hope you will enjoy it nonetheless. The form is available for everybody here that is thinking of making a player for themselves. On to Jackson Holliday. Put it simply, again, the son of Matt Holliday, just a straight phenomenal talent, tremendous vision at the plate, absolute 5-tool talent all around, and he's got to be years above those that are currently at his age. Very likely, again, the first high schooler that will come from this 2032 class to see or sniff the majors, and I got to think especially landing with Sacramento here, that is even more true. So I would say probably by the time if I were the betting man on some balls of yarn, I would say by the time he's in his age 20 season, he'll do that. But power, speed, I would probably give a projection of about a 280 hitter. Tim, am I so bold as to say this could be a possible MVP candidate in multiple seasons of his career?
I could see that. Absolutely. I'm actually loving this pick. I was not expecting middle infield because, like you talked about, Lauk and Flamewalker are already there. But both of those have positional flexibility. And so does Holiday. And I know it's real easy to question what's happened in real life with Jackson Holiday. He did not have the big splash in Major League Ball that everyone expected. But there's nothing here that suggests to me.
I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, and I
we
dance,
compared him to Robinson Cano.
Oh man, a work emergency had me delayed to join the draft.
If that's all he is, that's incredible. And yes, I think he's the best high schooler in the draft. He is let me double check. He was our second best middle infielder in the draft and our best second baseman. So loving this pick for Diz. It sets him up. Flexibility is great. He could, I like this.
It's a phenomenal pick, and I found it interesting when you mentioned that maybe he hasn't panned out to what is thought. But what's funny is that his data that I put in, he had enough at bats that I input his data, and his data suggested that this is the type of player he could be. I didn't do that much more with him than input that data, and this is what it suggested with the smallest amount of panache that I give every single player that is younger, the little bit of upside that they are afforded. He still spits out to being our number 3 pick here. So he plays maybe better than we give him assumption, but maybe it's because he is the son of I don't know if we'll call Matt Holliday a legend, but Matt Holliday was a damn good ball player, and he's a chip off the old blocker. That is what he's believed to be. Now, again, you make a good point. Maybe 10 years from now, maybe he didn't pan out to what the hype was about him, but he definitely is a very talented player for what he has to offer. And for a team like Sacramento, I don't know. I don't know if I see him as a leadoff guy, though, for Sacramento. I see him more as maybe that number 2, number 3 guy, just because of how good his eye is, but also because he's got power and speed. So which do you want? Do you want guys in front of him that are on base, or do you want him table setting more? What's your thought?
Yeah. I kind of want him in the middle of the lineup. That's kind of where I see him as. He's got the speed, no question. He's got the ability to get on base. This was a classic 5-hole hitter back in the 80s and 90s where you wanted a speed guy coming up after the slugger. But I also think this profile plays to potentially hitting third or even second, the way the modern game has turned out. Also, his defense range is phenomenal. I think the other tools are slightly behind him. He's behind that, but he's got the arm that could possibly play at short in a pinch.
Yeah.
Looks like more of a second baseman, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. He's got at least enough versatility in his 5-tool arsenal, but I agree with you that maybe that where defense might, he's got great range, great agility, but it might be that the arm might be the only thing that dictates why he's more fitted to being on the right side of the middle infield than the left. But again, still, it's not like he's average or even below average that I would think that he would do if he played him on the left side of the diamond, though.
Yeah, he's not going to hurt you there. And that bat's going to demand a spot to play. And it's a nice problem for Diz to have, quite frankly. Talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100% there. Quick moment, step aside. Big E, if you are still in the chat, we owe you a little bit of spinneroonies here real quick. Now, I'm going to have you choose, first and foremost, before you spin, I'm going to have you tell me, because you gave 50 gifted subs, and each 25 gives you one spin of the Pecos wheel. So the question will be, do you want one spin that's doubled, or do you want 2 different spins and you'll deal with the results? One spin each. All right, when you are ready, tell me when to spin the first one. You are watching round 1 coverage of the 2032 draft with a little bit of a panache.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
That'll be 5 on the first spin. So we'll see if we can do better with spin number 2. Let me reshuffle. All right, so second spin, and reminder that since you're doing 1 per spin, this means if you land on 1 boost every sub, that's for 25, not for 50. Hey, dynamic. And let me know when to do the second spin. Rip it. That'll be a little better.
Ali And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
I'll get you 20 boosts on top of everything else that you've earned. Some of that will probably carry over to next season, but there is nothing wrong with that. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. And we have 3 picks in here so far, and that will get us to our next selection. Let me get back because I only have so many screens and I have so much going on here. So let me make sure that
Tell me about it.
make sure I can get right back to where I need to be as well. All right, so we have 3 picks in. That means it's time for the Colorado Rockies. Well, there you go. Automatically, let's just say Colorado's synonymous with first round pitcher picks, so we'll automatically assume that I mean, they've done it for like 3 straight seasons, I believe, so far, and I don't think that is a negative as we introduce Mike Tomio's Rockies here. Rockies again in the NL West, 38 wins so far this year, so again, might be playing for next season, but the team is playing good offensively. You can generally assume that they would do that anyway, playing in Colorado. Jackie Moon has broken out and become a very capable player here. Michael Scott has been efficient up the middle, not doing the biggest amount of production here. Andre Dawson, the third, hitting over 300 this year for CCPs. Meanwhile, on the pitching side, again, you got to remember it's Colorado. You got the mile-high air. It's easy for the ball to go far, as Dishnet would say. But Johnny Watson, 5.29 ERA. Joe Ryan, a 4.43. Ryan last season had the 3.92 ERA while winning 11 games. Sergio Turriaga doing well in the back. He's going to likely pitch more innings than he did last year. ERA is about the same, so at least there's consistency there. And then, of course, the big name that they brought in before, the tactician A.J. Jeanette, pitching in the back end. They do believe he's a future ace on this squad as he continues to develop. So again, 4 wins so far for him with a 5.36 ERA so far. Another top 3 organization, and again, it's all in who they pick. Chris Blanco had been a recent acquisition. He's won 7 games so far in A-plus ball and will likely see some higher levels soon. Josh Salfi was also picked up in a trade with the Dodgers. He's a top 100 prospect. He's won 7 games for Double-A. He might be getting called up here in the near future. Xerxes Nellums, of course, was a second-round pick a couple of years ago. He's a top 100 prospect as well. So again, you notice the theme. There's a lot of pitching prospects on this team for a place that is starving for people that can tame the mile-high air. On the hitting side, you've got some outfield talent in Ed
Great
Doolittle.
horny toads!
Jason, thank you for throwing horny toads in the chat. Are horny toads from Milwaukee drunk by nature? Just wondering. Just wondering. I mean, does Jason give them a bunch of IPA and then throw them into the crowd? There will be at least a beer in my future on this very long show today. Thank you, Jason. So let me throw it over to Tim here.
All right. To what you said, not just the pitching, but I think Mike does a really good job just building his organization from top to bottom. Bottomed out several years ago and then has been building steadily since. He has 28 players in the top 500 prospect list. And every time I do a prospect review, Colorado, I'm guaranteed it's going to take me 2 days because they usually have 70 to 80 players in the prospect list. As far as what I would expect here, I'm kind of like you. I'm fully expecting a pitcher. I'm also noticing that there are several pitchers in our draft pool who have the mental ability to deal with pitching in Colorado. You have to be adaptable. You have to be willing to work on your game and realize that the results you get aren't necessarily going to be leading the league in ERA or WHIP, you're going to get beat up a little bit, but has the ability to just fight through that and not pay attention. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
curious. I've got a couple of folks in mind that I think would be good here. Mohante, um, Perez, Eastman. We'll see. Um,
All three of those names that you just mentioned, Yuri Perez, but Ryu Mohanty, who is a very interesting story that we'll likely talk about at some point later, and Chris Eastman, also another respectable name. Don't know if any one of those three is a top. Don't give it away for yourself until we get there. But it will be, those are names that I assume we would likely be seeing at some point in this first round, you would assume. So if they're not, then, yeah, if they're not, then they are very high on my list to get as soon as possible and maybe even try to, you can't do trading of picks. Sorry about that, guys. With that, let's introduce the fourth selection here of the 2032 Amateur Draft. I was really wishing this one came from Cobb County, Georgia, because once upon a time, the big boss man would tell you you're looking for some hard times. Well, Chris Eastman, nicknamed Hard Times, is the selection here. Colorado just continuing to build on that arsenal of impressive arms and another tactician on the mound. Very cerebral by Eastman. One of those guys that's very sure of himself, walks onto the field, and was synonymous with telling his SEC opposition in his days at Georgia that hard times are a-coming for those hitters. He would make that proclamation pretty regular, and why not? You got a 6-pitch arsenal. He throws at least 5 pitches that scouts project to be an out pitch at the major league level. Just absolute filthy control and filthy stuff in the mid-90s already, which is expected to get in the upper 90s. I think hard times indeed are coming for anybody that gets ready to face the 22-year-old from Phoenix, Arizona. Chris Eastman, the 4th overall selection. Tim, what's your take on Eastman?
Love this pick. When we think of Colorado, I usually think of movement and keeping the ball in the park, but just as important is the control. And Eastman's control rates potentially up to an 86 out of 100. And what it does, it just minimizes the damage. A solo shot is a lot easier to overcome than a 3-run homer, because I've done math before. I know this. I see him as a frontline starter. My comparison to him was Justin Verlander. I did not make that lightly as a Tigers fan. And that he's going to have to grow into his game, but could potentially even surpass AJ as the ace of this staff at some point, I think. He was number 1 on our pool for starters. And, well, not by a lot, but significantly. 6th overall as far as picks. I'm really liking this for Colorado, and it just adds to the Mike mystique when it comes to drafts and minor league.
Indeed. If the next few seasons or these past few seasons of draft picks just gives you this visual of the type of rotation that this squad is capable of having now with a Jeanette bringing aboard or having a Selfie, and now you look at adding an Eastman into that equation as well. Any one of those guys has been rumored or still believed to have ace-like potential or top rotation potential. That's speaking volumes for the type of pitching that could be difficult, because everybody's got the same problem when they're in Colorado. These guys just have to deal with it a little more regularly. So if they can win on that particular day, that's going to be a team that's going to make it tough for the NL West to keep up with, especially if they can continue to improve on the offense. So great selection there. We'll now transition over to the number 5 pick. That is going to be the Portland Stags. Stags, of course, were as we get ready to introduce our new wave of expansion teams. The Stags, of course, came to us in 2027. Biggest difference in that expansion draft is that those teams did not draft in the season prior as we are doing in this year's draft. So again, the Nashville Stars and San Antonio Missions are not playing baseball at this time, but they are setting the table for their future, which we hope will help them acclimate to the eMLB universe more. Portland, 37 wins so far this year. They did okay in some certain spots. Free agency worked well for them, bringing in Forrest Heitert this year. He's hitting over 300 for the first time in a while, and he's still showing the power with 11 homers. Johnny Mutri was once a top 5 selection of theirs. Well, he's still hitting the homers, but the average, he might be figured out a little bit there. Billy Ray Spears, also a sub-250 hitter, 232 right now, but does have 25 homers. So the fact that Spears, who is Dukeston's community credit player, did get a gifted sub earlier, so I wrote that down. He'll get that boost. And, of course, even Dominic Aguilera at this particular point, Dom is providing more on the defensive side where he's a 6-time Gold Glover than he is at the plate, hitting just 240 with 4 homers himself. On the pitching side, Vita Romero seems to have replaced the Kaika Knock as your ace on this squad. Matt McClendon came in as a free agent, not getting a lot of wins or help, but a 4.05 ERA I don't think is terrible for McClendon. And Steve King has 10 saves so far this year, but with a 7.39 ERA. He recently relinquished that as Mike Carson had a few more opportunities of late. On the farm, kind of middle of the road here, Leon Carter, a name affectionate to Tim Lowry, in the top 5 of prospects here, but still down at the lower level, so not expected to be a factor for the Stags anytime soon. Guys that are probably knocking on the door to make a difference is Kevin Alcantara, as well as Chris P. Bacon. That is Pug's other two-way community credit player. He's not a top 100 prospect, but he is in the top 200 and playing in AAA right now with a 4-1 record on the mound, 3.74 ERA. And a 270 average with a home run and 7 RBI in very limited time at the batting level. Bacon likely could be somebody knocking on the door to make a difference for Portland here soon. So, offhand, I don't know if we see anything that really helps the Stags gear up and make any form of playoff run this season or next season. I still say they're trying to put those parts together here and try to find a window of opportunity that's going to make them have a push in what is already, by definition, one of the toughest things to be, which is be a general manager in the AL East. Because you've got Ben Haslam in the Houston Astros, you got Jamie Thurman in the Texas Rangers, you got Tom Falzone and the Anaheim Angels that just make life difficult for any team, but especially teams that are always looking up at King Ghidra, as we affectionately call it. So it doesn't feel like there's an immediate formula that's going to push this team over the hump past any one of those teams. Could they be in the playoffs? Possibly. They'd have to have a heck of a run this year, but I'd still get the impression from my point of view that there's probably a couple more seasons of work before that happens. What's your take on it, Tim?
Agreed. In looking at their prospect list, you've got a group of players who are ready to make that next step. They're in AAA, and then you've got a bunch of guys at low A and rookie ball, and there's not much in the middle. So I think there's going to have to be some growth and development within the organization. I also think that they've got plenty for they're another team that pretty heavy on the prospect list when I review them. There's a lot of pieces here, so it comes down to who's going to step up and who's going to move up through that organization. Attica's done a really good job of freeing up space for some of these guys to get that playing time. And so now you're looking at a spot where you want to put somebody in who's just adding to that mill. And right now we've still got the number one center fielder available. We've got the number one shortstop available. Jomer Brown, Jacob Wilson. Or you could go pitcher. I mean, they've done the nice bit here and kind of set themselves up for no matter who they pick, as long as they're in the top group and they're not reaching, we should be okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So let's not waste any further time. See where Portland Stags and Attic Online have selected here with the 5th overall pick of the 2032 draft. Well, what was once old is new once again. Jomer Brown returning to Portland. He was originally drafted as a high schooler back in the 7th round of 2029 by Portland. He did not return to Rhode Island, and here he is, the 5th overall selection. And I think Portland's going to be happy about that. He's grown into his powers. He's hit 48 home runs in these past 3 years at RI. Top-level defensive potential for a center fielder and an excellent speed threat as well, although I'd probably give him, I want to say 25 to 30, but I almost am tempted to say that he's capable of doing that also on the home run side if he is a left-handed bat playing at the Portland Diamond Ballpark in that short right field porch. He does have a tendency to pull the ball per his Rhode Island profile. So yeah, I guess I would say a really good pick. He has the potential. I won't necessarily say he's got a Johnny Moutry power potential, but I would definitely say for a guy that will likely be a defensive general up the middle for a long time, I don't know. Is this like Brady Anderson in that one season where he really hit really super well and then the performance enhancers killed him? I don't know. It was maybe a terrible reference, but I don't know. I looked at the profile, I looked at the speed, I looked at the defense, and I was like, feels like Brady Anderson. Maybe you got a better reference.
I compared him to Sean Green, tall, athletic,
I like Green too.
Hitter.
Yep.
If his bat fully develops, you're looking at anywhere from 3rd to 6th hitter. I kind of see him as a number 2 because he's really toolsy. If his projection maxes out, then I mean they rarely ever do, but if he gets 75% of his potential, he's going to be just fine. The defense, he can play anywhere. The arm can play any outfield spot, right field, center field. His stealing ability outshines his overall speed, which kind of tells me he's got some good baseball instincts there. Definitely high work ethic. He was our 3rd overall, and he was our top non-CCP on the big board. The fact that he fell as far as he did, I'm hoping Attica and team over in their war room are popping champagne right now because this is a really great pick.
Well, they celebrated him once before, so they'll gladly do it once again. I've got to think
he'll be offered a little more money this time, I would imagine.
That might make a difference as well, too. And he doesn't have much more availability left, so I don't know how much higher he could go. So hopefully he will be open to that. And I guess since we're only on the topic, it's only fair that I point out, in case there is a community credit player here, again, GM-CCP or non-GM-CCP, I think it's clear that we explain one thing that's different this year than past years. Everybody liked these guys because Jomer Brown once upon a time told Portland, no thanks. And there he is, he got signed once again by them. He'll likely sign this time through and probably be a very nice piece up the middle long term here for the Stags. That being said, though, community credit players didn't get that luxury. You all get one. If it's in a certain length of round time, then the GM will get a comp pick next season in that same area, roughly in the same area that they drafted before. So some people were explaining why they don't think that's a good idea. I respect that point, but I'm like, it doesn't get them a better pick, though, the next year. It makes them actually lose a pick and wait 6 months to get a pick again. I don't find that productive, but maybe I'm looking at it from a glass half full and not a glass half empty point of perspective. So just as a reminder, when you get selected today, hopefully a general manager might have talked to you to ask, were you okay with wanting to join? Because you do have the right to say, I don't know if this will be a good fit for me. I never saw myself wearing this jersey, you know. Some of us might say, Yankees? Ew! You know, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see if that gets tested later.
I like the idea. I think anything that gives more flexibility up front is a really good idea, and just adds to the drama of it, because, you know, it gives you the control that a content creator should have. So
I agree. I agree. So I'm hoping it will be a nice addition. I don't expect it to really get used an awful lot, but again,
no.
It will serve its purpose. It will keep people engaged, both on the GM side and on the non-GM side, as far as I'm concerned. And for anybody that decides, nah, I think I'll wait one more season. Again, they don't benefit; they lose time. Twerky, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Again, I hope you are enjoying your Chris Eastman selection. Let me just write that down so I don't miss it. And I assure anybody when this is over tonight, I'm looking at my entire list. Nobody will be missed at all. I assure you, I've got it all recorded here. So very cool. Glad to see that pick. Glad to see that story continue. Portland really wanted him, and I think it will benefit them. And like you said, you thought very highly of Jomer Brown as a selection, so definite celebration for them. We'll see if celebrating continues here. Let's transition over to the Baltimore Orioles. Orioles will have the 6th pick here. Orioles in the AL East, working under Natalie Kalmbacher, a.k.a. Pop Stars. She has been making adjustments, of course. Her biggest splash she has done so far. Thank you, Schnee. Schnee just gifting some subs as well. I think you did that earlier too, Schnee. Thank you again. Also, congratulations on the new job. I think you said you finally gave your notice. So over to Baltimore, biggest splash that they made was the acquisition of Pedro Serrano this offseason. Serrano, of course, no more for the power than anything. When we look at Serrano, he's 407 career home runs. That's second best amongst community credit players in the universe so far. But for people at age 29, he is pound for pound the best home run hitter of community credit players that have been made so far. Eric Kelly might have more home runs, but Eric Kelly has 434 home runs and is 35 years old, so there's a difference. So Serrano is still hitting for power, but maybe not so much for average. A career 272 hitter, and he hasn't hit that in 4 seasons, so maybe that was the thing that kept people away. And definitely as the price tag was getting higher on Serrano, I think that's why some others stayed gun-shy for. But he seems to be enjoying the environment of Baltimore so far. They've got the veterans like Buster Bluth, a long-time Oriole. Chris Blakowski has really broken out in his sophomore year here. He's been impressive himself. I think Reggie Allen's finally found a home where he can also benefit offensively as well as defensively. He still hasn't found a pitch that he wouldn't swing at, though. And Taj Coxum has been a wonderful story to be watching develop in Baltimore this year. The numbers won't spring out to you, but when you don't expect much and you get a guy who's got the second most RBI on your squad and the second best hitter average-wise, why wouldn't you cheer and celebrate that? the pitching side was the question mark. A lot of talent left. Dan Walker, gone. Greg Newland, gone. Jacob McKnight, not really seen as an ace type of pitcher. Jerry Rivera, trying to work in that role. He's doing adequate, I would think, from my point of view. So, a lot of question marks on whether or not this team definitely wrote off this year and maybe next year to try to build something bigger by getting rid of talent that they thought would get them better parts. Well, it hurts this season when we look at it, but Baltimore still seems to be enjoying the ride thus far. So now as they look to the future, let's look on the farm and see what they've got. Right down the middle of the road, got a few parts that could probably be available in the future, mostly from the bullpen situation. Mike Parkin, Bowden Francis, Kimani Montague, those are guys who could possibly be options for this team to consider, if not this season, the next. Beyond that, they've still got some possible pieces. So, everything so far here would suggest to me pitching has been the focus of what they're trying to build on that could be available sooner rather than later. Is it too much of a push on one side versus another, where both sides could definitely use help? Let's go over to Backfield's media editor, Tim Lowry, and get his take on the Orioles at this moment.
They're definitely pitching heavy in their prospects. However, I have heard in talking to the Baltimore brass that they're going to still keep pushing at pitching. And it does make sense with the way this pool is lining up right now. Because right now, very top heavy on pitching. There are a lot of names here that will not be here by the end of round one. At least I don't think they will. Although the game is changing a little bit and we have a lot of relievers up at the top, I don't think anybody is going to spend a single-digit pick on a reliever just yet. I don't think we've modernized that much. But but there are also some still interesting offensive players here as well. But I think Pop Stars is going to, what I'm hearing is that's going to come later. So the pitchers that are available in terms of starters, Mohante, Perez, Billett. One name that has not come up yet, but is a huge favorite of mine is Jimmy Jaffe. And also Jorge Becerra. So there's a lot to choose from here in the pitching realms. And if she's going to go pitching, there's not a bad pick here, unless she goes way off the board.
Indeed. And you mentioned some phenomenal names. This was a real hodgepodge, more or less, of who would you consider the best pitching prospect to come out of this pool. So absolutely. But let me just say, just for record, because I'm French and because he is from Quebec, it is billet. En français, it means ticket. Just a FYI, which also explains the nickname that he has, in case you did not know. But I just wanted to bring that up. So we'll at least say that I think he's probably the best Canadian pitching prospect that's in this pool for these names that you mentioned.
Yeah, and he's the only Canadian on the first page. So
on the first page. Well, let's see what the Orioles have decided to do here with pick number 6. Well, mon Dieu. It will be Kenan Billet, a.k.a. the Ticket. If you did not know, then now you know why he's nicknamed the Ticket, because that is what Billet stands for. I know most of you will Americanize it and call it Billet. And maybe some of us are jerks, Aiden. I'm Franco-American. I'm not French-Canadian, so there is a difference. Kenan Billet from La Province de Quebec.
Makes your name Shepherd RD, right?
Yes, exactly. Nickname the ticket. Solid control for a fastball and a sinker with a slider and changeup that are considered to be able to develop as plus pitches as well. Now, he did lose his freshman season with some back base trouble, but the good news is he has been healthy since, which explains why he is 22 and just a junior in regards to his eligibility. But a lot of belief. He's probably a really good selection here when you think about Camden Yards, the deeper left field, and that he will likely be able to entice a lot of pull ball hitting, or so you hope, from the right-handers here. So even though he doesn't really profile as a ground ball specialist with having a sinker that a lot of scouts think are huge upside, he definitely, I think, it's going to be a right place, right situation for BA and his upside potential. But he fits exactly what you had in mind. I know that there is a certain contingent of our viewers that are saying, "Dat bunt, dough." But it's not about the bunt, especially in the American League. So, Tim, he is one of the names you mentioned. So what do you take on this particular decision here by Baltimore?
I like the pitching profile. Throws a heavy ball. The slider sinker mix is really solid. Wish the fastball was a little better, and that can creep up with time because his changeup is extremely good. But if nobody's sitting on the fastball, then the changeup's going to kind of lose a little bit of effectiveness there, I think. Hard worker, very loyal, although he's not going to be a leader in the clubhouse. My comparison was Derek Love. Single baller, a lot of ground balls, just needs his command to develop. Could be a rotation anchor for this ball club. I'm liking this pair.
Considering
BA.
how this team is, yes, BA. Considering how this team is currently set up right now, you got a guy that, again, 22-year-old junior in his instance. How soon do you think a BA is Baltimore bound? Where do you, if you were the general manager and you looked at where BA you think he is in his development, how far away do you think he is? Are you trying to push him up to the majors sooner to help try to make that push of what you're building? Or do you really sit back and really let him just marinate to his proper recipe, I guess we'll use?
I'm thinking a couple years. I mean, the stuff will play within a couple of years very well. I think the key is going to be how quickly he can be developed. Baltimore is spending the capital on player development. Their pitchers really seem to have responded to that. Their top 22, 7, 9, 10. Yeah, three-quarters of them are pitchers. So this is going to be the old Baltimore Orioles of the 60s and 70s for you youngsters. They were a pitching warehouse factory. I feel like we're coming back to that sort of thing here. And he has the potential. I see him as a 2 to 3 in the rotation kind of guy. And I'd give him a couple of years.
Great.
They've got the time and they've got the pieces in place ahead of him. There's no panic to get him to the majors.
Good. Thanks for the insight. Again, this is the first time we have Tim Lowry on our side here in the midst of a draft to get some real-time thoughts to fill in where we think the team is heading after their selection. We'll definitely be doing this throughout the day. We're honored to have him aboard. I almost said that very French-like. Meanwhile, it's about an hour and a half so far into the show, and we've only gotten 6 picks in, but that's because we are having fun and we're trying to be detailed, giving each team a proper introduction in round 1 so we can kind of do a take. The remaining rounds 2 through 5 will be a lot quicker, so our target is, we'll assume around 3 o'clock Eastern time is when we think we'll get done the first round. We might have to pick up the pace a little bit there, so we'll see. That's more my yakking than it is yours, so...
Oh, I can yak.
Oh, well, you're right in company because, again, my father is nicknamed Mouthpiece, so what does that make me? Over to Miami. Marlins having a real nice season under Flying WV's first year as an eMLB general manager. 10 wins over 500 so far, competing at least for postseason potential, as they are currently the second of the 3 wildcard seeds that would advance to the postseason right now. With Atlanta and Philly, the only ones in the way here. Took some gambles in regards to adding players like Fritz Flaherty as a Rule 5 selection. Flaherty's been adequate, maybe not stellar. You've had some bumps in the road with guys like Joe Godala, who's not fully panned out. But definitely, we know who the 2 most important names are of this organization. Ditt, Von Cola. They continue to set the pace of what Miami's future can be. And again, this is a team that missed the postseason last year. They made the postseason the prior year for the first time in 27 seasons. That is a statistic when you talk about the history of the Marlins. Probably some things that I've noted as pluses this year. Andrew Abbott played pretty good from the back end of the rotation. Mike, every time I see him, I automatically, just have saliva. I was like, what's the band name there? Mike Click, Click, Boom is always in my head from that. No real back end closer, as they're kind of, double fisting it. You got 2 guys with 10 saves or more so far this year. So definitely, working not with a dominant squad. So when we look at where this organization is considered in the bottom 10 in regards to what it's got down on the farm, probably the closest pitching prospect they have is Jamie Drisdom. Drisdom seems to have his struggles already in Triple-A, so probably not expecting him to get an opportunity to show his stuff right here. Steve Klum, Carlos Rivera. Rivera was a 1.0 legend. Man, I hated that guy. He was a 4-letter word because he was a Blue Jay and I was running the Red Sox back then. But he is a guy who's trying to knock on the door and be a bit of a hitting talent. So, pitching, questionable in regards to how to improve on that inside the organization right now. So that will lead to the question. You've got the 7th pick. You see what's been taken so far. Where would you originally go when you look at what your organization has developed here right now?
I would definitely be looking pitching, unless there was an offensive player that I just couldn't live without, and they already own a couple of those. This was the team. They had a really bad year last year. They were not as bad as their record.
Agreed.
And any notion that they needed to be pulled down or panic or anything like that, no. I'm kind of leaning pitching here. Still a lot of great starters left. So yeah, let's go shoot for that. I think pitching.
Before we introduce the pick, would the one possible problem that you have when you are the Marlins is that you have about $85 million of payroll tied into the left side of your diamond. They are phenomenal. They are earning their money. But for an organization that's considered in the bottom 10 in regards to their payroll and their budgeting, because they just can't get butts to stay in the seats all the time. They're averaging around 24,000 fans a game this year, which is definitely on the lower end. When you factor that in, do you have to be thinking in mind of more immediate talent, or are you really still just trying to build pieces that can be long and successful?
I'm just wondering who you could get for either of those guys that is enough in as far as coming back. Salary is going to be a concern.
Mm-hmm.
Flying does seem to have had a good handle on it, but that's kind of one of the things where I struggled as a GM, was trying to figure out not just what looked like the obvious next step, but what was that second or third chess move to make. So maybe there is some potential here to get a piece and maybe deal somebody.
Okay.
I could see that.
I guess I have a hard time imagining either Von Kohler or Dit in another jersey at all. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's the goal here. I still think you see what you can do with them since they got you there. And I agree with you. There was an element of unluckiness in their performance last year. Just some players underwhelmed from what they had done prior, and they're much more capable. So I've got to think you've got to find something that's capable of starting to fit within that name, where you start to say Dit, Von Kohler, X as that next name
third
to add on top of it. Well, we're not going to make people wait any further. Let's see what our selection is from Flying WV's Miami Marlins with the 7th pick. Well, we hear that Weebles wobble. But does Weeble Cushman fall down? Probably not. 20-year-old sophomore from North Carolina. That is the community-created player of Clem. And right away, I see that shortstop, and I am like, whoa, what does this mean for Red Dit? Let's tell the story on Weebles, a talented athlete from North Carolina. Excellent footwork over at short. Actually believe he might be better at multiple positions if ever necessary, but plus contact, probably average to slightly above average speed. I would say he's a double-digit type of stolen base kind of guy. But what matters most is the intangibles. Just a hard-working, go-get-him kind of guy. And he was advised to go pro a year earlier than originally done by his agent, which assisted him in landing here at the number 7 overall. It helps to have some good people around you to give you that advice. North Carolina Tar Heel, Weebles Cushman selected here with the 7th pick. The only surprise for me, Tim, again, Red Dit. Is he staying, or is Weebles wobbling over to another position?
Well, fortunately, Weebles can wobble. I'll beat that up for a few days. Not gonna lie, I'm very surprised by this pick. However, in spending a little bit of time over in the Red Rock League and talking to some of those players, Clem has a really good idea of what it takes to build a player. He's done it there. He's going to be doing it here. I like this pick for that, because he's one of the newer baseball academies here for us, and I think he's going to be good. This is a leadership guy more than a superstar going to be, playing right away. I think this is a projection pick. I compare him to Nick Ahmed, which also, solid middle infielder, just enough bat, pretty solid defense. I see him more as a second base. I could see him slipping into second there, and being okay. I have not heard anything that either Dit or Von Kohler are on the block, but the trade deadline will be right on the heels of this, so maybe something pins up. But I don't think you move Dit to get Cushman in. I think Cushman is a building piece. Is my initial take, but we will see.
Let's quick hypothetical. If Dit's not going anywhere, where does Weebles Cushman go? Is he a third baseman to replace EVC? Or is he a second baseman to just give an even wider perspective of defensive talent?
He could do either. I mean, this gives flying a lot of flexibility. So if what it's going to take is an offer that he can't refuse. on one of those guys. And then Cushman is here to be an obvious choice to step in. But I don't think it's this year. I mean, he's a couple years away, maybe even 3 years away. He's offensively, he's about at his age potential for 20. He's kind of like right where he needs to be. Obviously, he's a CCP, so that extra academy help will benefit him. But I like this for the flexibility that it gives flying. The more I like about it. And he played against great competition. Shout out to the ACC, the original 8, not the 75 teams that are in the ACC now.
Yes.
But played against really good competition, easily to sign. I like this player.
Great. Well,
Kind of surprised. There's a couple of other shortstops that could also fit this bill. Looking at you, Jacob Wilson, but I get it with the CCP. So,
by the way, the ACC has added its 76th team as we speak per Dukeston. He just got the breaking news on that. So now 76 teams in the ACC.
I mean, Stanford's in the ACC. That is
What?
also the 46 teams in the Big Ten. What? Okay.
All right. 8th pick coming up. It belongs to the Cleveland Guardians. The Guardians are the epitome of a Tom and Jerry cartoon where you think everything is fine and then someone just pulls the rug out from under you and then you decide, well, I've gone from Tom and Jerry to Wile E. Coyote jumping right off the edge of a cliff and there's just nothing there. You know, is this trip really necessary? I think is what you could say the 2031 and 32 seasons have been for the Guardians as we take a peek at them. Again, this is a team that you look at talent like the Fire Strike Jeff Coleman, the Boston Massacre Slambino, and you look and you say, hey, there's a former Cy Young winner there in David Elvis, and you've got Dishnet's Ryan Tecker there as well as Bobby Royal. Where have you gone, Bob Royal? There is some excellent parts on this team that you would say, this team's record should be reversed. It should be 53 wins against 35 losses, but it is just not panning out for this squad so far. But be that as it may, Cleveland is still that team I just don't want to face in my schedule, even if the record suggests it is what it is. Because they just always just seem like it's just all they need is just that win streak, just that moment, an opportunity to make it happen. Now, offensively, it's the weakest home run hitting team. They're the least powerful team with a slugging percentage at .375. On base percentage is 10th in the American League alone at .320. 248 average ain't going to scare anybody. They are only scored 345 runs in 88 games. Go ahead, take your calculator out, divide that. That ain't going to win many ball games, folks. The ERA has improved. Bullpen actually hasn't been the issue for this squad this year, as they are the third best bullpen ERA, with guys like committee credit player Nuke Lelouch, Tyler Lakes, even Sean Bensley III, the lefty, doing some work there, as well as Joey Axelrod and Juan Wiskovich. So bullpen's doing fine. On the farm, one of these days, gotta think Loki Swayman. Hi, honey, love you, just in case my wife's watching.
No bias at all.
No bias at all. Full disclosure, Loki Swayman is my wife's player. It's not mine. She subs to the channel. She gets the same perks as you guys. There is no added value that she gets. She gets exactly what she earns. And right now, that's made her the third best prospect. Lots of talk that Cleveland may just be setting the table for her to make her or his debut next season. On the farm, you got Phil Brinda, who is just won a couple of games in 9 starts. He's just on the cusp of the top 100 prospects. So again, a lot of the belief of what this farm system has isn't in super high-end prospects outside of Loki Swayman. It's more in what they have in talent being consistent. So that might not be a bad thing. They might have one superstar in the making in Swayman, but they have a lot of respectable talent that might not get massive credit, but might be difference makers when you throw them all together. So again, with not having a lot of high-end talent, but having consistent talent beyond that top prospects level, and you got a team that just continues to struggle in the win category, where now it might be an actual disease of losing. The old losing is a disease. As contagious as bubonic plague. I won't get into that skit there. So here's the other thing, too, and I'll ask you if you think this has any aspect to where they are. There's been a little tinkering being done within the organization as well. You got Slambino playing third base this year instead of first. You got the Fire Strike Jeff Coleman playing second base instead of third. The only real consistent of that is Enya Kimura, Suigi's community credit player, trying to further solidify his spot as the shortstop. I'd say the ground's a little shaky for him there, so maybe this is a Jacob Wilson opportunity, possibly, if you really have to do it. So I don't know. This is a puzzling one, because again, Cleveland makes me nervous if I'm a GM on the schedule. Maybe I'm over exaggerating. I don't think so. But what would you do if you're in this instance right now? How would you proceed, or where do you think Cleveland should go here?
With their farm system being the way it is, and that, as you mentioned, like the one thing Out of the Park has added this version is the risk factor for your prospects. One of the things I noticed for Cleveland's very low to medium risk of these guys flaming out. So solid picks, solid development of a squad. For years, I thought of Cleveland and Philadelphia as being right there in the way they built teams. Then, you know, there was the issue that happened with Bradford. Not Bradford. Maybe, yeah. Anyway, this team can go anywhere. What I kind of expect here is a CCP. There are several that fit the bill. I also like the pitching. They're having an immediate need with pitching. A lot of their prospects are rather low in the farm system for that. So anybody that helps there would be good. So it's going to be one of those two. I also know that Sadier makes really solid draft decisions. He's one of the better drafters in our league. Let's see where it goes.
He said earlier today he hasn't missed a pick yet, and he ain't going to start now. So we appreciate that energy. And, you know, I must have compartmentalized that and forgot it. Maybe if this continues, if next season at this time we still see Cleveland in this same kind of standings place, maybe there is a curse of Martin Bradford currently over the squad right now that they're trying to get out from under. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Let's introduce where the guards are going here, round one of the 2032 draft. I think I really like this pick for sheer fact of the imposing presence. You're only just bringing in a 6'8", 220-pounder, and he's 18 years old. Yuri Perez has been drafted here by the Guardians out of the IMG Academy, which, just for those who don't know, eMLB will use the IMG Academy predominantly for players who never went through the draft pool, but we want to ensure everybody had an equal opportunity to get them. So Yuri Perez, again, 6'8" right-hander, can already absolutely unload at a 95 to 97 mile an hour. He's got more upside for that. He only threw 64 innings this year, but gave up 5 runs. And if there's one blemish that people talk about with him, it's that he can leave the ball up in the zone, so they're profiling him as an extreme fly ball profile. The thing is, you got to catch up on it. A lot of people believe this is a guy who's going to throw triple digits as if it is nothing once he makes the majors. And I'm going to have to tend to agree with him on that if his development will continue. Now, stamina's been the concern. A lot of belief that he's really a 5-and-out kind of guy. But if he can go deeper, if he can develop further, I don't think Yuri Perez is a guy who's going to get a lot of, well, it's not quality starts. I'm talking complete games. But if we want to talk about the old patented Bill Doran quality start, I don't know, maybe he'll lose a few of those because he'll throw a lot of pitches. But control is actually fairly average for a guy who throws as hard as he does. It's just that he's going to work it up in the zone. If they can catch up to it, it could go a long way, but that's the point. You got to catch up to it, and I think this is a heck of a guy to go with because it is straight smoke. Probably the best hard thrower available at this particular point in time. Tim, looks like you like the pick. What's your thoughts?
Yes. He misses bats. That's all he does is miss bats. And he's got 3 pitches that rate out as elite if they maximize. The fastball is already major league average or just a bit below it. Even his 4th pitch, the change, this is a classic 4-pitch arsenal. Even the changeup is a plus. I really like this because the game's changed. You don't have to have a 70 to 80 stamina anymore in the majors to be an effective starter. He's just got all of these tools. He's got a great makeup. Compared him to Tyler Glasnow, and possibly he's on the upper side of that. I think he could surpass Glasnow. Can just dominate. I think this goes a long way to breaking the Martin Bradford curse.
I like it. I like a good pick. I think he is definitely a future ace on a team that already has respectable ace names, even if Bob Royal is not performing at that level here of late. So Yuri Perez seems to be a wonderful addition here at the 8th overall selection. And I've got to think once he comes to the majors, there'll be a lot of uh-ohs if you see him on the, if Cleveland's going to be in a game of the night and Perez is an option, I have a feeling they're going to be used. And I have a feeling the home team, if Cleveland's on the road, is going to be like, yeah, I'd like to avoid that game, if at all possible.
Yeah.
So,
no kidding.
All right, 9th pick. Let's go to the Montreal Expos. Expos were our other expansion team back from 2027. Again, we'll be introducing in a little bit the first picks of our new expansion teams, the San Antonio Missions and the Nashville Stars. Montreal, I would have to say, and I'm sure GT Sundown Kenny Butram will agree, it's probably their best season to this particular point. Doesn't matter if they are last place in a division that's got 3 teams with 41 wins right now. For just that one extra loss has them where they are right now. But I don't think this is a bad year for them so far. Former number 1 pick Glenn Streamer is a steady Eddie. That does not hurt you. Juan Soto's having a little bit of a resurgence here again as he's got 19 homers. Ethan Moyer looking really good as a first baseman. Found it interesting they're using him as a leadoff hitter, though. And then the organization seems big on some community-created players. Barry Basher, Strawberry, and Atacon Lions, Malgus Malinia, both in the organization and playing in the majors at this time. They also took a gamble going to get Smitty Lyon this year. The average hasn't been there, but Lyon's still showing he's likely a 25 to 30 home run kind of guy if you give him steady, consistent at-bats. That's not a negative, too. So the offense has been producing. Pitching probably could be a little bit better, but not terrible. I mean, your 5 starters, your ERA range is between 4.2, smoke it if you got it, and a 5.19. That's not terrible. Dalbert Siri looking pretty good as a closer on this team. 17 saves so far. Maybe the one thing that looks weird to me is still seeing Jorge Alaman in the bullpen at this moment. Down on the farm, best possible organization currently rated at this time with a lot of parts in the top 100. Denny Herring is hitting a little bit of a bump. We thought we might get to see him this year. More likely that we could see John Wilwerding, who is in the top 50 as well, sooner rather than later. And even some potential of guys like Dan O'Donnell, who's a 10-game winner in AAA as well, although not rated as high. On the offensive side, there's some really good pieces, but maybe the closest person to being an option is Tucker Toman. And Toman would be under a hypothetical if the Expos move on from the Tom Shuey experiment. I say experiment because the offense has been nothing but for him this year. It's that two-time Gold Glove defensive talent that I think keeps him in the getting more regular at-bats. If only the whole product would turn around here. So, again, this is a team that has a very good arsenal of talent to be able to bring in for that it has. You can only think that what they'll bring in here will likely improve upon it further. So, Tim, what's your thoughts on Montreal at this particular moment in what we can say is their best season since beginning in 27?
Such a deep farm system. Just like with Cleveland, virtually all of their prospects are very low to medium risk. You have to get down into their international complex, which is always a lottery pick, to have any issues. So I see them going for best available, which to me right now means it's probably a pitcher. But I mean, I think the way that they strategize, anybody's fair game really at this point. As long as it's a top pick, I wouldn't see this being a problem.
All right. Well, let's take a peek and see who they will select here as we will now introduce the Expos' 9th overall pick here in the draft. This one's a little bit of a question mark for me. Wesley Boone. Now, it is a community credit player of Flying WV.
That's it.
But I guess I have, I don't know. I'm trying to see it. So, now, there is a bit of a rumor. The rumor is that a hot mic caught Royals two-way star John Cowgill just before the All-Star break, and he was asked what he thought about the upcoming draft and if he ever thinks of those days. Cowgill mentioned Wesley Boone as the next big thing to come out of Morgantown. Now, when you've got the virtual hotbed of baseball being Morgantown, West Virginia these days, scouts, I don't know. I didn't see a scout that thought much of his performance last year except hitting .370 for the Morgantown Black Bears. So, is this legit? Was Cowgill being honest about thinking this is the next big thing? Or because it was a hot mic? Is there some trolling? I'm lost on this pick. I really feel like this is something that could have waited multiple rounds.
Yes, I think so too. I think two things are at play here. He's part of Flying WV's Baseball Academy, which automatically gets some attention. And GT loves his high character guys or gals. Yep. And I think you have that combination of those things at play here. That said, Boone was not rated very highly by us and was considered in terms of prospects the lowest CCP. Not because it's not a good farm system in Flying WVs, but just because of the makeup. There is so much work that has to be done. And especially with the new way that CCPs get created, if you spend a ton in the high character bit, you're going to really have to work to get them up. If there's an organization that can be patient and wait on it, it's the Expos, because they're deep. but this feels like when they picked Leilani a few years ago. Leilani, high character player, had to struggle to, and is just now getting into full season ball. So, but this early in the first round, yikes. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Now, one quick moment. I got to get out of character. Hi, guys. This is LB. Just quickly, we're role-playing right now. So just so you know, in full transparency, I know exactly what flying was doing here. I'm excited to see where Wesley Boone does go. No matter what you just heard, I'm excited to see where Wesley Boone goes. Flying admitted that when he first came to us, kind of broke the system, but improved the system to be more fair for everybody. Because, again, we want to have fair players. We want to have a realistic experience here at eMLB. So Flying is trying something here. He is trying to, again, test the system with a player who has all of the intangibles, but starts very low. He could have done this very differently if he wanted. He wants to see what a Wesley Boone type player would become. So I have every confidence that he is going to continue to be supportive. Again, he's got plenty of boosts. He doesn't need to ever support this channel ever again. We thank him very much for any kindness he does. But we know that Wesley Boone will continue to be worked on and developed. So just a quick aside, I knew this from the start. I'm not surprised that he falls where he did. Still plenty of others to choose from. And I get Ken's got a deep farm system right now, so I guess you can take a little bit of that gamble. But just wanted to quickly give an aside on there. We do know what the game plan was, but we didn't want to influence, if that makes sense. Back into character. All right, hi, Commissioner Shelby. What just happened there? All right, moving on. We got to go to the next pick here because some people are worried, like, am I going to be able to sleep at all tonight? Yes, first round's longer. Everything else will be quicker. I'm not going to speak as much. I'm going to let Tim speak more on players in the later rounds. I'm sure that'll make everybody happy. All right, on to Kansas City here. Now, Kansas City has had a penchant for being at the top of the draft pools here for quite a while, and the dividends might be starting to pay off. Now, they are a 500 squad here right at this moment, but they have been playing pretty good ball. Again, that name, that hot mic name of John Cowgill, doing pretty good on both sides. An 8-game winner this year with a 2.12 ERA, while mashing 15 homers, hitting above 250. Not a bad thing. Now, they recently had to lose Parker Gooch due to injury, and they've made some adjustments. A couple names that you see in that rotation that weren't there before. David Leal, Justin Sharp, being acquired from Texas and St. Louis. Again, we'll see if that's a wise decision here, because, again, in Sharp's situation, he had signed an extension earlier this year. And then when the Rangers went and brought in Cody Koshin, made Justin Sharp a little bit more of a leverage piece. Enter Sharp here in Kansas City. Now, you've got some very talented names on this squad. You start, and of course, you got to start with EVH. How did he get into the studio here? They also, of course, have John Cowgill. Judge Dozier is looking like what they wanted Dozier to do. Felix Matthews is looking like his 1.0 self here all of a sudden. The one I was like, why? Was Masa Yoshida. They took a gamble on him, 9-year deal. So far, it's gotten him a 254 average. All of a sudden, he's a power hitter. He has 4 home runs here in like the last, 3 weeks, it seems like. So, they're doing okay. I wouldn't say they're blowing the doors off of people. They started the year blowing the doors off of people, but then, everything returned to the mean. They're still happy with Chris Wilson doing what he's doing in the closing situation, albeit at a high price tag for KC, with 22 saves there. So when we look on the farm, well, again, they kind of rated the farm a little bit here. Took a little bit of that talent. They're now a bottom third of the league in regards to that. And when I mean bottom third, I mean 30th out of 32 right now. Now, one of my favorite names on that list is Tom Corbett because from the 1.0 universe, he helped me win 3 world titles. And he looks like he is trying to do that in the 2.0 universe. But he's 21 and playing A-ball. Don't think he'll be making a difference anytime soon here. And there might be some names knocking on the door, some guys that aren't highly touted. Randy Holloway, Sean Zelnick. But I really think they shored themselves up with going to get Leal and Sharp, although it's at more expensive price tags. So it's that situation that I've had that conversation with Minerva. It's balancing the future with the present. And the question will be, was too much invested in the present at the sake of the future here? And what type of piece do you bring in at this point that can provide dividends in the not too distant future? I don't know if they've got that. Tim?
Yeah, I saw the moves when Gooch went down. Made perfect sense that you're trying to replace pitching. It feels like we're trying either one or the other, and it ended up both moves happened. So, yay. And the Royals have become a pitching team. And I kind of fully expect there to be another pitcher here. And yeah, it's got to be like best available. Farm system needs some tooling up, some building back up. The way the roster is constructed and the way the minors are constructed, that you would think this is a team that is in win now mode. And I think there is a feeling like the Royals are kind of like the real life Royals were a couple years ago. I was so close. Let's push in the chips.
Yep.
I think that's maybe what's going on here. I'm curious to see what happens.
Okay. Well, with that, let's introduce what the Royals have made for a decision here. This is the 10th pick of the first round. I like this pick. 22-year-old Eric Ross, 6'4" right-hander from Florida State, where he's a senior. Hit 20 home runs, 297 average this past year.
Straight. I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, and I dance.
We blog.
We blog, says Pug. Hi, Pug. With it, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Again, on Eric Ross, competitor, definitely shown talent to be a solid defender at both third and short, and was once upon a time a solid base stealer until he had a torn ACL in high school. So he projects more as an average runner now, but an excellent line drive swing, good plate awareness, ability to hit for some level of average. I would say probably a 260 to 270 type of hitter for Ross. But Tim, I'm pretty sure I heard you earlier say a different name is likely the best shortstop available. So, Eric Ross being announced, what's your thoughts? Was this the right choice?
I am a Jacob Wilson fan, but Eric Ross is a 5-tool player. So I could see this. He's going to need some growing power. He's not anywhere close. I guess the biggest concern for me was that at the age of 22, that the contact hasn't really matured to that level yet. That said, he grades out to be above average, certainly with that. The speed is good. Love the defense. Our major league comparison was Brandon Crawford, and that totally fits. So this is somebody that's going to be playing at the major league level. This isn't as much of a reach as it could have been. And Jacob Wilson is turning into our Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be sitting in the green room a while, it looks like. Okay. So,
yeah, I like the reference there. Now, EVH, Edgar von Heimdallr, has been playing short here of late. He originally started as a second baseman. Does this move him back to second? I mean, Felix Matthews hasn't done anything to really lose playing time here. So is Ross possibly a future thought for a third baseman if he's not far away?
In a couple of years, yeah. I don't think there's anything here. I mean, Matthews is 30 right now. So in a couple of years, he'll be 32. Is he going to be hitting 318 then? He trends that the contact is going to be there. I don't know. I think this is something else where Minerva does work the phones. So this gives him some ability to move somebody. So
Got it.
maybe that's what this is.
Maybe. All right. Well, Eric Ross, which I don't think is a bad pick at all. Just wondering if he was the best pick, but a good pick nonetheless. The senior from Florida State will head to Kansas City's organization. All right.
Yeah, we had him 13th overall. 19th overall on our board. OSA had him 13th.
Okay. So maybe just the smidge ahead from where we thought he'd land, but still.
He wasn't going to be there second round, so I can see it.
Got it. Very good. All right. Time for the Tigers to have a selection here. I know you are a Detroit fan itself. The Detroit Tigers this year playing right around 500 ball. Gianfranco Stero had a little bit of a slow start. He seems to have come out of the gate here of late. They sport the reigning home run derby champion in Dandy Don LaFay. That is great Scots Community Credit player Chase DeLauder. For as weird as his splits are, is absolutely playing well for them. And Otto Lopez has been a good addition of a real-life player who has added some value. You get good defense from Bert Bates. You get a consistent defense from Dave Bridges in an old-school mentality. A guy who sacrifices power to hit in the 290s. Then you transition over to the bullpen, and I'm going to have to stop picking on Giannis Garbo because Garbo is pitching pretty darn good here of late. 3.73 ERA. Musa Vandenberg, the only one to be a little better than that. And getting some steady consistency from Michael Moore still. Bullpen might be a little bit of that question mark that they have had. Some guys will do their job a little better than others. For the organization itself, they are in the middle of the rankings with no real player that looks like that they will break out and be available here in the near future to make a difference. So kind of in that capacity of, the pieces are starting to do their thing, but they're not fully running yet, or they just don't have enough of the pieces yet. And the downside is there might not be any of the pieces that are fully ready to be available here anytime soon. Looking at some options that they might have, Brian Hitchcox, who's not in the top 500 or prospects, is a 246 hitter in 39 games here for the Tigers. A couple guys, Jorge Mercado, Rafael Alvarez. Alvarez probably one of the only guys that could possibly break through. But it's hard to break through when you've got DeLauder, LaFay, and Lopez as an outfield right now. So he might be waiting either for injury or what have you. So Tigers, it's another one of those cases of they can compete. They don't have a lot of extra bullets to be able to pull out. An injury could definitely derail where they are at this moment. So it's a real question mark of what do you bring in here to add value? Tim, as a Tigers fan, I know this will be hard for you to be unbiased, but what would you be looking for, hoping that the Tigers consider here at this moment?
What I typically look for is like some god tier player that just falls out of the sky to us. I think I have more concerns on the offensive side of the ball for them, although a lot of their pitching prospects are 2, 3, maybe more years away. But just better overall consistency in terms of the offense and maybe getting some depth there, building that up. Maybe a CCP here. There are several really good outfielders that are available, infielders. So kind of all over the place per usual. Yeah, but I would somebody on the offensive side of the ball.
All righty. Well, we have the 11th pick in. Let's go see who the Tigers select here with the 11th overall.
Hey, Fisher, let me have a hitter up here.
Come on, Hobbs. You're up.
All right, Hobbs, knock the cover off the ball.
Well, here's a surprise. Bob Fisher's going to replace Bump Bailey with number 9. Number 9 is Roy Hobbs. Hobbs has grown up in mid-season. Don't know too much about him. We'll try to find out something for you. Apparently, Fisher is very upset with Bump Bailey. Bailey, of course, messed up that play out in center field with Bivens. 2 runs came in. That made the Phillies 4-3. And the Knights had a nice 3-2 lead and trying to get themselves out of this terrible losing streak. McBride's going to look in against Hobbs right now. He's going to check Bivens at first base. Baker leading off the second base right now. And here comes the pitch.
Strike one!
Fastball inside corner, strike 1. Hobbs didn't like the call. Well, welcome to the majors, Mr. Hobbs. McBride gave him a good, strong fastball in the inside corner.
Hey, let me see the ball. Is that all? They junked the ball.
That junk is the ball, Augie.
That's a ball? Jesus, you shot it to pieces. That's no ball. We want a real ball.
The Natural. No! What the heck? The Natural is officially aboard as he will be picked by the Detroit Tigers here with the 11th overall selection. Senior from Indiana State, 21 years old, very quiet, private individual. Suddenly burst onto the scene at Indiana State as a walk-on. Pure talent with incredible upside and ability to be very effective middle-of-the-lineup type of hitter here down the road. Definite plus power. Bit streaky at times at his time in Indiana State. There was one time he struck out 12 consecutive times in a row. A lot of rumor is that he was spending some late nights with a gal. That ended pretty quickly. And as soon as he found his groove again, he was absolutely dominant when he was red hot. Not a great PR quip. He's very short in his comments. He's very stoic in his demeanor. Lets his stare do an awful lot of the talking that he has done over his time. He's got a definite old school mentality. He'll fit very well with Dave Bridges on that squad. And he plays the game like the days of yesteryear. The thing is, he's got a 4-pitch arsenal as well. And current scouts are projecting that 4-pitch arsenal getting into the mid-90s projects to be a mid-rotation talent here, besides being an everyday outfielder that we would likely expect here. Roy Hobbs from Rock Valley, Iowa. That was the closest rendition I could get from the novel because, no, the town that Roy Hobbs, the fictional character, came from is not there. And of course, with the recent passing of Robert Redford, I wanted to pay some homage to the Natural by having him officially be in our universe. Got to get myself right where I want to be. There we go. Let's make sure that we can... Rocky worked hard on these. Let's make sure that the graphic gets to be seen at least once. Roy Hobbs from Indiana State selected here by Detroit. Tim? First, two-way player is off the board here. What's your take on the Natural?
I love this pick. Uh, I'm gonna try not to be a fan for a second. Legitimate upside on both sides. I kind of like the pitching a little better right now than the hitting. Can play anywhere offensively, has the arm to do that. Although with his pitching, he could stand a little boost in velocity. Um, he compares to, I know you'll be shocked, Shohei Ohtani. Um,
Amazing.
in Major League Baseball, not eMLB, although he was great in eMLB as well.
Yes, he was.
I am very curious to see how this plays out. I think he's going to be up sooner rather than later in terms of where he compares to others in this. And as someone who loves the book and the movie, because they are both so very different, just make sure he doesn't take any invites from ladies to hotel rooms.
Nope.
Because there's no IL stint long enough for that.
Nope. Nope, there is not at all. Now, he does have a little bit of history of injury, which we will take from the novel, but it's not by a gunshot wound that we know of. You know, he's a pretty private guy. But we'll hope that he can stay on the straight and narrow. But I don't know. This is a tough league to be able to just walk down the street and someone will say, there goes Roy Hobbs, the best there ever was. When you've got guys like a Cowgill, when you've got guys like a Ditt also in that conversation. But he's going to be he's got to be a definite major leaguer in his future here. And yeah, I kind of agree with you. Even though I'm not a Tigers fan, if I have a flair for nostalgia, then Roy Hobbs just seems to be dare I use the pun, a natural fit for Detroit.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
And as someone who I was telling you before, when I played Stratomatic, they had a magazine, Stratomatic Review. Somebody made a Roy Hobbs card. I played the hell out of that card in left field for Detroit. So everything comes around full circle.
It does. Like we used earlier with Portland, what once is old is new again. So we'll see if he can do anything like how he did for you in your Stratomatic days.
Yes.
All right, time for the Yankees coming up. The Yankees pick coming up here. Brandon McGuirk is your general manager of the Evil Empire and loving it, I would think. So he made some moves this season. He brought in the New Yorker Nick Spence over from Baltimore, as well as his community credit player Dan Walker. Walker's won 8 games, but I don't think that's the ERA he had in mind for him. Spence, meanwhile, kind of producing about what he was used to in Baltimore. Maybe the big surprise here is the underperformance of Jackson Hedges. Hedges is just a couple seasons removed from 40 home runs. Maybe he had a bit of the Brady Anderson curve. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Marc-Andre Fleury came in from Chicago's hitting rather decent as well. Rafi Devers continuing to do Rafi Devers things, 500 career homers. Average is starting to take a little bit of a blemish. The ageless one, Jose Ramirez, has still performed well. So obviously on the older side for teams, and a lot of opportunity to fill some spots there. Pitching-wise, Jorge Barbosa, who could be probably a number 2 or 3 on other teams, pans out as a number 4 here. 5-game winner, 3.69 ERA so far. On the farm, organization has some pieces that could help in the nearer future, including Caden Kershaw. Has 24 saves down in AAA. Arturo Cavillo, is a top 100 prospect with 12 wins at AAA. Maybe he gets a glimpse of the majors later this year. And there's a lot of talk on Sean Rodecker and Duran Martin being possible pieces that will make a difference on this team in the future. I'm going to think Martin's going to see some more competitive baseball before the year is done. So, Yankees again, money. Money is not a question. Maybe a little bit right now. The payroll's a little steep. But the budget's not a question. And as you look to the future and filling in some spots, well, maybe they're praying for Nick Spence to opt out of his $35 million deal. Who knows? Because he could do that at the end of this year. Jose Ramirez will probably not be back, so that would free up, I don't know, 13, 15 million, somewhere around there. So knowing you've got the resources of the Yanks and a situation that you see where there's some help, not a lot of help coming from the farm system, but that's in the near future. Another one of those questions. How do you fuel the rabid fan base to make the Yankees the Yankees?
What's up on the big board is pitching. Jacob Wilson, who I may have mentioned once before.
Maybe.
Might
have heard it.
There's also there's some really good up the middle pieces here. Jacob Wilson, Cal Raleigh, Duran. There are also some good CCPs, and I'm kind of thinking that's where this might be going, is with a CCP. Jamie McCoy is available, really solid third baseman. Ziggy Deacon in center. Even Cartoon Network, which I'm sure plays in New York. So, and it's like you said, the Yankees really don't build the way a lot of other teams do. They just go out and get what you can't afford to keep. So, I'm kind of thinking CCP here, though.
Okay. Well, let's take a peek. Yankees selection is aboard, and let's introduce the 12th overall selection here of 2032. You know, I saw someone say they thought it was going to be the big dumper, and that was my first go-to. That would be the first name on the list, but it was not. Jonathan Haddon, 20-year-old right-hander out of Montgomery, Alabama. Played as a junior for Coastal Carolina this year. He is your selection. So my initial gut thought, this probably isn't the best pitcher available, but seeing the profile on him, this is a darn good pitcher for a Yankees stadium with the short porches, and you want to keep the ball down on the ground and let your defense do it. 5-pitch arsenal, pretty good downward movement from his pitches. He'll induce many ground balls, good fastball cutter combination. Cutter, little reminiscent of Mariano Rivera. It's upper 90s, likely we'll get triple-digit action on it. I think if his other secondary pitches, the slider, the changeup, and the sinker can develop, especially the sinker with how hard he can throw, you've got to think this is a long-term front-end rotation kind of guy. So again, maybe not the best pitcher out there, but a pitcher that you factor in what you've got to work with for 81 games a year.
Yeah, and he's close. I mean, OSA had him ranked as high as 4th just recently. For us, he was the 4th, 5th. He was number 6 overall, and 3 of those have gone already. So this is not a bad pick. And just like I said before, Haddon's a perfect slot here. I like the 5-pitch mix. And I think he's got the mentality to pitch in New York. That is a huge thing. He's either a number 1 or 2 starter. I think ultimately the velocity will play up. Very nice pick here.
Now, someone just may mention if there's something that might have shied him away, but again, this is the Yankees. He's asking for, we're hearing he's almost asking for 8 figures. Maybe that was part why some other teams might have balked on Haddon.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's the one major ding that he got on our big board was his asking price was very high. But that took him kind of out of our elite range for that because we're cheap here at Backfields Media. That's not gonna stop the Yankees.
No, it won't. It won't. So again, go where you can, I guess, and do it because you can. will be how Brendan played that one there. So again, not a negative in any way, shape, or form. Again, I think that is a tailor-made selection here, but still, maybe a bit surprising that you didn't go after the big dumper, since we know he's just a little bit of a Seattle Mariner fan. So.
Just a bit.
All righty. Tampa, D-Block will be up. Rays, they had a good run in D-Block's first season as a general manager, where he was playing really well. Just everything was meshing. Kind of fallen a little flat here of recent. Now 30 games won this year. As we take a peek at the team, they are dead last in the American League East right now. And the East, everybody that's not named Toronto under 500 at this point here. Again, pieces when you look. Aiden Pearson, not the problem. Tim Giles, not the problem when he's not on the field, that is. Cam Collier, Chad Perfetti, well, they're doing enough to be useful, but everything else has been kind of the question mark here. Eric Newman has one career win. In how many total starts? 21. So is Newman a lot of hype and more of a marshmallow fluff than he is a real deal? I don't see Santiago Flores as the solution for your pitching woes. And Denny Martinez can only offer so much at his advanced age now. And the book might be finally out that Alberto Sojo doesn't automatically get you wins just because he is down at the number 4, number 5 spot. Now, David Bednar looks like a future closer in the making. You put enough of a rotation, it gets a rotation that pitches well enough, get a bullpen that's good enough to get him into the right situation. So probably win a decent sum of games. So Rays definitely a lot of holes. Now, they've got some ability to fill some of those holes, although we're probably not looking at this year or even next with some of these guys. Doug McCulloch just outside of the top 10, looking like he might not be too far away from trying AAA out. Ernesto Huerta, only just gotten to AA recently. Another guy looking pretty good. Zane Trevina, he's just outside the top 100. Another AA guy that's getting an opportunity. He's at least performing adequate, but probably needs more time there. Players probably able to offer some help. Jeff Massey's an 8-game winner in AAA right now down in Durham. Eddie Volrath is playing all right down in Durham. But he ain't going to replace Aiden Pearson anytime soon unless Pearson's on the move. And I have a hard time seeing the franchise leaving Tampa at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
So, back on Tampa here. I'm really at a loss. I'm inclined to think pitching, and more pitching is the only thing you focus on right now.
I could see that. I could also see like up the middle. Any kind of players. I mean, you can't go wrong there either. If you got a guess or not really sure, then you can go up the middle. But pitching, yes, they definitely have a need there. Farm system needs some bolstering. So really anything is welcome. But as far as I'm looking at like Tommy Edman playing short recently. And a couple of other players here on their team. I'm going to stop short of saying that Tampa's in full rebuild mode, but they're close.
That'd be fighting words with D-Block, I think.
I know. Well, I'll just show up. I'll pop up on his stream and he can tell me why I'm wrong.
I think you'll owe him a beer before he owes you a beer.
There you go. So, yeah, and there's still plenty of up the middle prospects available, and there's some good pitching available as well. I'm looking at Mohanty, Duran. So yeah, let's see.
All right, with that, let's introduce the Lucky 13, and I will say it's lucky because Rocky Draws Making Me a Dad was on the 13th Once Upon a Blue Moon. So lucky number 13 goes way to the Tampa Rays. Let's see who that will be. I think this is going to be a very good pick right now, considering that earlier VR Mine had dropped some gifted subs here in the chat. He also did a tier 3 sub for the first time, and then he also did 20 gifted subs as well. So first off, thank you very much, VR. Much appreciated that you did that. But now Ziggy Deacon, a 20-year-old out of Wake Forest. Again, the CCP of VR Mind selected here. He was teammates with another Wake Forest guy that we'll probably talk about in the not-too-distant future, Nick Kurtz. Deacon had 20 home runs this past year. That was a career best for him. Second-tier speedster at this particular point in his career. I would assume at least 15 to 25 stolen bases, the way I've seen D-Block run his team. Plus defender, I know that matters very much to the Rays. He's also, if there's one blemish that they'll likely hope to work on, is that there was some route running issues, making plays a bit more difficult and rushed. That can lead to unforced errors at time too, so he does not get a very high rating on his error ability at the moment. But he does project to have, at least for now, average to above average potential at the plate and an absolute drive to improve. I think this is a pick that is going to fit at least the Trop very well. Looks like D-Block is very, very happy with his pick. Looks like VR Mind also likes this pick very much too. Tim Lowry, do you make that a 3 for 3?
I would. This is a classic Rays player to me, where all of the secondary skills really play, really pop, and the other more traditional skills like hitting are good, not great, but could build into something. I think Deacon has some flexibility here. He's only rated in one position, but and the archetype plays up as D-Block is saying in the chat. He is the freak archetype, so sky's the limit. VR Mind, I think, is also going to be another very interesting baseball academy in our league. The comp was to Chris Taylor of the Dodgers, which makes perfect sense to me. All over the place, can do whatever. And this matches the flexibility that D-Block really needs. So, solid call.
Good pick, then. We like it, and everyone seems happy with that. So, good selection here for Tampa as they pick 13. They pick right in front of their fellow AL East rivals, the Boston Red Sox, who will now pick here with the 14th pick. Red Sox had been a very, very slow start to the year, especially on the road. They have improved their road record, but they are still 18-31 on the road this year. If that was even 5 to 7 games better than it was right now, then they are very deep in the playoff discussion. So it's one of those fringe conversations right now for the Red Sox. Do you go for it this year, or do you kind of plan more for next season? Well, next season could be a big question mark here. John Douglas could potentially opt out. Pepe Clark could potentially opt out. Pepe Clark had a career 35 home runs last season. Mike Moeller, the free agent, has not done super well here since coming aboard. Kepe Ruiz has been maybe the most consistent catcher they've had. Again, how long can a 33-year-old go? They put Chris DeMars back in the bullpen, and he has gone back to being the dominant closer that he is versus the struggling starter he was this season. Paul Skeens doing Paul Skeens things, and often not looked at is Tommy Springer, who was the second part of that Skeens deal in exchange for John Cowgill. Springer finally showing why I always thought this was an advantage for the Red Sox in the immediate term, because he's now a 7-game winner with an ERA just a little bit better than Skeens. On the farm, that's the question mark. Gene Farrell is a guy who looks really good at the lower levels, but he ain't anywhere near being ready. Bill Hickok, basically, Mr. Bills Committee Credit player, basically saying, next! Only 18 games and hitting just like he did at A-ball at Greenville. I think he's ready for Portland at this particular point. Canadian Edouard Julien could possibly come in and be either a depth player, possibly even threaten Mike Moeller for starting. Again, the Red Sox, they're not the richest team, but they have enough money that they could eat the Mike Moeller deal if they wanted, if they think Edward Julien could be better for them. It's another one of those situations that the Red Sox have parts that they could use in various places. They've got some young, strong parts like a Skeens and a Springer that will probably be at the front of this rotation for a while. So they could definitely improve on that. But they might have some possible gaps to fill here very soon, especially if Pepe Clark opts out of a $20 million deal while hitting .291 this year and having 35 home runs last season. John Douglas could also opt out. This is a guy who hit .319 last season with 23 homers himself. It would free up some money, but it'd be money that you likely have to spend on those guys as well, too. So it's a tough call. This is one of those, I'm not sure which way I would go if I was going to make a selection here, as Dom's like, I don't care what you're doing. I'm going to come on screen here. So with that, Tim, the floor is yours.
We always need big leaguers to kind of show up and
Indeed.
The first thing that really pops out to me about this is how much lack of depth there is in the outfield as a system. And there's Jared Duran sitting right there at our number 16 spot. I also look at Cal Raleigh as a spot here, but then there is still some quality starting pitching here. There is Mohanty, there is Becerra, there's Jaffe. So as long as they don't go too far away from like the top of the board, Boston just really needs some help in the organization and the minor leagues, build up some prospects.
They do. All right. Let's, in the interest of time, I see the time, we're not going to meet our deadlines, but again, I love having Tim here, and I hope you guys are enjoying it too. It adds some time, but it has a heck of a lot more flavor, and since I like spice, I'm good with that. Let's introduce the 14th selection here for the Red Sox. Well, he's been mentioned a few times, and now here he is. Interesting selection here. Great story, too. But Ryu Mohanty, a dual citizen of the U.S. as well as India. Mohanty only picked up the game of baseball as a freshman in high school after spending time in India with his dad, as his dad was training him to be a bowler in cricket. He was working with the Kolkata Knight Riders as he was looking to build a future in the very prominent sport in India. Of course, being a little bit more Americanized, Mohanty expressed an interest in baseball. He began his journey, and he was an immediate fit. He shows amazing arm talent, transitioning to baseball, and just fell in love with this game. His father's name is Badra. He's been acting as the agent. We understand the price tag is not cheap when it comes to Mohanty. The demands have been very high, but a wonderful profile from his background as a bowler in cricket. He brings downward action on a fastball and a slider, and a changeup that could be developed as a dominant third pitch. This is a guy that, if he continues to adapt, could add additional pitches and be that much more deadly. Shows wonderful adaptability from his transition away from cricket. It is hard to say that you've got a future ace on a team that's got Paul Skeens. So how about a very solid 1B if Tommy Springer is your 2 or 3?
I'll say it. This is an ace. The fact that he fell as far as making it to the Red Sox, I think they should be very happy. 3 great pitches that are going to grade out to be elite if they max out. There is a very different mechanism between a cricket bowler and a big league pitcher, and he seems to have adjusted to that very well. Compared him to Josh Johnson in his prime, ex-Marlins pitcher, tall, powerful. The slider is the thing that I am the most excited about. That is going to set up his fastball more often than not. This is a really nice pick for the Red Sox. I like this.
Excellent. It's going to be a fun story to tell. It's a new territory, I guess you can say, where we might have one of our first real prominent players coming from that far east in India that could have an impact on the eMLB universe. Probably still a couple seasons away since he is just a high schooler, but if he continues to pan out, he could be a phenomenal talent. So that being said, quickly, role-playing aside, Billy, keep focusing on your minors as you've started to of late. Don't let this guy underdevelop. I'd love to tell this guy's story. That said, get back into commish mode. 15 pick of the draft, and we will do our best to pick it up here. That means commish, shut up. Cincinnati Reds coming up. What a story for the Reds and Johnny Ossington. 39 home runs here in 90 games so far this season. What an amazing talent for Ossington. Compliments Trey Griffey really well, although Trey has had his own struggles this year. You have some respectable parts on all sides. I would say that there is, you could say Ossington and Trey Griffey are the stars, but everybody else in this starting nine just rings lunch pail, blue collar, go to work kind of guy and do the job. Even in the rotation, no one really stands out. Jimmy Potts is probably your biggest name in that squad, with Dwight Kida being a close second. There's just not a massive name in that organization right now outside of Griffey and Ossington, but it's getting the job done. This is a team that's just 4 games under 500. They're second in a stacked NL Central. Again, the Central was the best story to tell most of last year until the Brewers unfortunately lost in extra innings of game 163. Thank you, Jamie Thurman. So there's a great story here of a bunch of lunch pail guys. Where do they take the next step? Down on the farm, Chris Daniels might be that next guy, a top 100 player, 7-game winner, sub-4 ERA. Jim McMillan is highly hyped, but probably still a couple of seasons away himself. Any other player, Carlos Colmenares, I don't see him replacing Johnny Ossington, and John Captain, I don't think has walked his way out of a starting role yet. He hasn't walked the plank, if I want to use that reference. So, I don't know. I'm thinking if there's a bunch of lunch pails, but that the real stars are on the hitting side, then I guess I'm thinking pitching is where I focus on here.
I would, yes, especially with what's left. Again, some of the big names here: Becerra, Rowden, Sharp as a reliever, Jaffe. I could even see like an Emmett Sheehan here at some point, if a little bit of a reach, but not too bad. The hitting seems, I kind of like what they've got in their infield. I'm actually big on Colmenares, so nice problem to have, quite frankly. So hard to make a bad pick here.
Yeah, that's a good question, Steve. By the way, wouldn't Ossington probably be better as a shortstop? I would think so, but not my team. I'm not running it. All right, let's see who the selection here is for the Reds at 15. Tony Rodin will be selected here. He is a 23-year-old senior out of South Carolina. Very consistent pitcher, nice 4-pitch arsenal, and a ground ball profile, which I think having plus control is just plus and plus for check marks at Great American Ballpark here. The sinker is maybe the question mark for a guy who has a ground ball type of tendency. It's not a pitch that he's really focused on very much, and he's used less than 10% of his time at South Carolina. So there has been arm issues in the past. His sophomore season, he dealt with Tommy John surgery and redshirted that year, which is why he's a 23-year-old senior. But definitely brings a overall profile back together. And if even a plus for the Tommy John, he's thrown harder as his velocity improved from 92 to 94 to 96 and 98. All fundamentals have realistically stayed the same. So if he can stay healthy, you've got a harder throwing Tony Rodin heading to Cincinnati. What's your thoughts here, Tim?
This is somebody who is going to rely very heavily on the Cincinnati farm system to help develop him. Really good raw skills, especially when it comes. I get why Cincinnati would be interested in him. The movement is very solid. The control is very solid. I like the fastball changeup mix. To your point, that sinker, that's definitely the fourth pitch, and it's a distant fourth. If everything maxes out, this is a good number 3 pitcher. I comped him to Michael Pineda, and that's kind of like the max of what he would be. I don't hate this pick. I kind of get it for Great American. I'm just hoping that fastball and his stuff improves, but not as much of a reach as it looks like. He's got the skill set to develop.
Excellent. Good call. Tony Roden is selected here by Cincinnati. I've added him. The draft pool is updated. Bad news, guys, we're only halfway through round 1. Good news is we're speeding it up. Minnesota will be the pick. Aiden Pearson will have the selection here. They've been playing 500 ball right in the thick of it. 5 games back here in the Central at this point. Again, their biggest acquisition in recent memory was Ken Herbeck Jr., doing exactly what his dad used to do for the Twins. 312 average, 17 homers. Xavier Odom has just been a stellar piece at the top of this lineup. They've long-termed him. Joey Chestnut's doing adequate. Tim Hinderaker has come on pretty well. Heck, even Charlie Two-Bags, Charlie O'Connor has been hitting north of 300 again. And the pitching has started to see some improvement with Ben Ferreira now considered the ace on that squad. Looks like Ben Spears might have stayed one season too long here for the Twins when he accepted that qualifying offer. Bullpen has some decent pieces on the back end. It's getting to them. That's a little bit of the question mark in looking at what they would need to improve upon now. Down on the farm, again, the assumption is that there's nothing that really is going to come up and strike fear into the hearts of others anytime immediately soon. But some possible pieces. Louis Montalvo is a top 20 overall prospect. One pitcher in Sean Davis, who's got a 3.32 ERA at A+ ball. And then their highest top 200 prospect is in AA and Josh Schwan. Schwan does not look like he would replace an O'Connor, Chestnut, or Odom anytime soon here. So for Minnesota, I think the biggest thing that I have thought about is you've got some power in Herbeck. Hinderaker seems like he might be somebody who can provide it, but he's not highly rated for them. So, I don't know. I think it's one of those, since they've got some talent that's going to come off the books, assumingly Spears and his near $30 million or $22 million will come off the books here this season. That'll allow them to spend some more useful money elsewhere. I don't know, maybe a hitter feels, I just feel hitter more than pitcher here at this particular moment, but we've also been wrong. There's still some great pitching talent out there.
Yeah, and they have maximized their pitching and have gotten quite a few. And I think Lone Star was their pick last year. Was one of their picks last year.
Yes.
And he's in their farm system. Yeah, I see them going hitter as well. And yes, they definitely could benefit from some power. As far as who's up on the board right now in terms of that, it's some of the same names that we've had all along. Wilson, Raleigh, Duran. Even somebody like a Robbie Hicks could maybe play up here. So let's see. I mean, I'm curious to see where this goes. But yes, hitter, definitely.
All right. Well, we will now see if we are both correct. Let's introduce the 16th pick here of the 2032 draft. That would be correct, and it will be Junior Caminero, Shame on me. Very solid real-life player, 19 years young here from the IMG Academy. listed as a high school senior. Doesn't really matter when they come from IMG, though. Excellent power potential from Caminero, and he looks like he's definitely going to be a plus bat in the majors. The defense might be the suspect, so I don't look at a junior Caminero being signed here and saying, I think they're moving on from Ken Herbeck Jr. If anything, he'll either be a DH type or possibly be a better first baseman for them if Herbeck remains at third, but I don't see him threatening there. But average speed might sneak a base here or there. He had 6 this past year in high school ball. It's that 21 home runs. I don't know. Something tells me at Target Field, Junior Caminero's a 30 home run type of hitter here in a regular season. You think he's a good pick here?
Absolutely. Excellent hitting profile. He's going to make contact. He's that classic back in the pandemic days of out of the park. He's got that E profile. Good contact, home run power, avoid Ks. The defense, that's going to be a struggle, but this bat will play up. Corner infielder, my comp to him was Jose Ramirez, and the first time I saw that I was like, what? But then I looked at it a little bit, and yes, this is another Ramirez clone. I think this is an excellent pick, even though it looks like it's a duplicate with Herbeck. You make good points.
Well, again, if the Hinderaker at first base is just a short-term experiment to have like a Caminero come in, then that's not a negative. I just feel like he'll be a better first baseman since he doesn't have as quick of a glove. He's a solid glove, though, when he feels his position. It's not a case of that. It's just he's not the most athletic third baseman. So that's why I don't think he's a threat to Herbeck anytime soon. But again, a guy like this who's already looking pretty good as such a young player with his ability to hit, a lot of people are saying it won't be long. I still think Jackson Holliday is your first high schooler who gets to the majors, but I wouldn't be surprised if a 21-year-old Junior Caminero just turned 19 on July 5th. But I wouldn't be surprised if a 21-year-old Junior Caminero at least sees some action during that season, if not immediately right after that.
Yeah. And Aiden makes some great points in the chat. There's a Tampa connection, big shock that he would want a Tampa player. And the high loyalty, low greed. So that's going to make him affordable and easier to re-sign down the road. So wins all around.
That helps. That absolutely helps. So with that, it's time. We've been toting it for about a year, but it's finally time. The future is now, friends. It finally is. Tim says he will be right back, so it's just me. I will be as brief as again. It is time for our expansion teams to officially open up shop and be open for business. San Antonio Missions will officially be making the next selection here. Give me one moment as I make a couple of adjustments. Again, only so many screens to work with. Go. All right. So, missions, obviously, when you've got nothing to work with as officially as it comes, except a hope and a dream, that is where our next two picks will be doing. Yeah, Cody's shocked. He's like, we're expanding? Yes. Tim is back. We are getting ready to tout up the first pick. Now, obviously, there's not a lot Tim and I can say since there is no track record to look at here yet with regards to the missions or the stars. A roll of the wheel at last season during the postseason determined the order of who goes what. So for this season, San Antonio picks first. Nashville will pick second in the middle of each round. And then in 2034, they're going to retain the same spots that they are in. It's just they will reverse. So next season, Nashville will be picking 17th and San Antonio will be picking 18th. After that, they will fall based on their performance since they have no performance to speak of. Past seasons, when we brought in Portland and Montreal, they got first picks of drafts. That's where Glenn Streamer got the #1 overall selection. Laptop Hounds community credit player. But this go around, we were like, might be better if we give them an opportunity to draft the season before an expansion draft so that they can work right from the ground up. That is the difference. That is why they're in the middle. And without wasting any further time, Cody Koshin's first ever selection here in the 2032 draft coming up. Tim, what would you do if you were creating a franchise and you know what's out there right now? Hypothetically, what would your first pick be here? You're muted.
I think I would take either Raleigh or Wilson. Start with somebody established.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling Cody's probably not going to do that.
You have a feeling.
I have a feeling.
It's like a nine's being pressed on the other side here from his keyboard as we get ready to introduce this, is what you're saying.
I think so.
Okay. Here's the first ever.
Cody Bolton when you need him.
Yes. Where is Cody Bolton when you need him? Here is the first ever selection coming for the expansion San Antonio Missions in the eMLB universe. I think you called it. I'm not surprised.
No.
There is a lot of talent on this board. I might have taken him one more round to get by on this one, but he will go after his community credit player, Oliver Torres, a 17-year-old from South San Antonio High School. Definite speedster, excellent defender, so diminutive. Everyone was talking about the Muggsy Bogues of center fields. Now you're talking about the Muggsy Bogues of center fields. It's not Zach Powers, it's Oliver Torres at 5'5", 130 pounds. The Mexican-American Torres, good. He's got good awareness of stealing, but there's a lot of question on if he has great speed. He's not quick on the acceleration, but once he hits top speed, he runs pretty quick. Here's why I think this was going to be a pick from later. His profile, the rest of his profile. It's better than Wesley Boone, but it's not first round type of stuff. Yes, he can develop, he can improve, and I'm sure he'll get his opportunities. I just wonder, is this the right first step to have taken?
Yeah, I can see that. And also, there's some comfort in having your own player and being able to build him up the way you want to. The archetype is Speed Demon on offense. Definitely plays as a modern-day Billy Hamilton. The 21st century Billy Hamilton, not the 19th century.
Didn't know there was a 19th century, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other people here on the board, but I also, like I said, I get where this pick is coming from. I'm curious to see where the rest of the draft will shake out for him, but center field is covered at least. So,
I want to say I agree, but no, I can't say that the center field is short up here yet. I still think if first ever pick, you go big or you stay home. I don't think this is the go big yet. Could be wrong. And I will
Tony has already said in chat he's not signing with San Antonio.
Oh, boy. And it starts.
I believe him. Actually believe him.
Yeah, he would do that. And it starts. All right. Well, with that, we don't have a lot more to offer there, except we'll move on to the 18th pick. We're now on the second half of this first round, and we are going to be much quicker. We're working on it. 2 through 5 should fly through much faster. Again, it's an experiment. We're trying it. We hope it'll work. We're having fun. And again, blame me, not Tim. Nashville Stars, same situation, not much to do here, so I'll pose that same question. What would you, I assume it's going to be kind of the same, so maybe I can save us the time here and say,
Yeah.
if it's your first pick, probably insert the names that you said before.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm fully expecting their own CCP now.
Let me first put Torres in his proper spot here.
Unsunded says, what kind of trash GM picks their CCP with their franchise's first ever selection?
My God. Oh, my God. Let's find out.
Jalen Starch is going to have a stroke.
Cody and Eddie, I waited a year for this.
Yes, you did.
Wilhelm Sunder, also community created player of Unsundered, a freshman over at Tennessee Temple, 18-year-old out of Chattanooga. A good fit for the Nashville region. He'll be a wonderful story in that aspect. But my goodness, guys, here I am expecting you guys to go with someone. There's still some names on that board that are absolutely blue. And I'm like, man, nothing like starting off on your left foot, to put it mildly. For Sunder, he has the ability. Again, do I see him as a shortstop? That's the question mark. He's got a little bit of proneness to some issues with arrow, that being whether he throws off of a wrong foot or what have you. His speed is there. He'll probably be able to at least hit for average in the majors, maybe a little better. Not really a power profile for Sunder. And again, it doesn't hurt to have people in the majors already that you know that give the relationship. He's a distant cousin to Eddie Sunder, the Nashville Stars GM, and he is a brother to Leland Sunder, who is in, no, not in Miami anymore. It's Milwaukee, if I remember correctly. Sorry if I'm incorrect there.
Yeah. I like the defense. I comped him to Jose Iglesias, the shortstop. And I see that. But just like with Jose, I waited for years and years, especially when he came over to Detroit, for the bat to finally arrive. That's my big worry here.
I was going to ask you which version of Jose Iglesias, because the Red Sox Jose Iglesias was, there's a reason why they traded him. So
yeah, exactly. To us, and we got more. So, especially the batting eye is, I mean, right now, zero offense with this player, but he's a CCP, so, and he's a Charlie Hustle archetype, so that can grow.
That can absolutely grow. Again, we're not knocking. It's not to say you guys are crazy, dumb, or stupid, or any of that. It's you have every right to do it, but I was like, and
Jacob Wilson's going to die in the green room.
Yes, he probably will at this particular point. Don't know if he even knows how to find his way out of the green room at this moment. Maybe that's the issue. So let's get onwards here. Dodgers coming up. We can, sorry, I'm going to say it, and you can throw me under the bus for it later. But I guess for San Antonio and Nashville, there's nowhere to go but up. So I'll say it. All right, Dodgers are now up as Chris Holland, one of our longtime general managers from the 1.0 universe. He didn't come right aboard with the 2.0 universe, but we're glad to have him back aboard. Dodgers, 47 wins. They are confidently in third place. They are vying for a wild card spot, but currently on the outside looking in. So again, they made some changes this year. They brought in Danny Diaz from St. Louis. Diaz not hitting at the level he once did, but again, for 30-something, he's doing his part. Edgar Barrio, so they signed a couple of years back, 242, average 14 homers. So they have some guys hitting in the teens, guys that are on pace to do 30 homers this year. But for now, it's not enough to penetrate San Diego or San Francisco's hold on the NL West. Pitching-wise, a couple guys are doing their part. Jake Shaler doing pretty good here. 8 wins, 4.24 ERA. Jimmy Giesler probably out of, I wouldn't call Giesler an ace. Although you mentioned Tyler Glasnow earlier, and I remember the famous Tyler Glasnow for Jim Giesler and Fritz Flaherty trade between Tampa and Arizona once upon a blue moon. Tampa won that deal, as far as I'm concerned. Dodgers benefiting now from having Giesler, but I still don't think he is your front-end rotation kind of guy as they have him positioned. Again, they got parts that do their job, but there's nothing stellar. There's nothing outright dominant on this team. Danny Diaz is not the Red Sox Danny Diaz anymore. Antonio Alvarez not doing what he did in Atlanta. Dwayne Elizondo Camacho is okay, but even Edgar Barrios isn't Pittsburgh or Texas Barrios at this point. So it's next steps for the Dodgers. Those next steps, a couple of prospects on the back end of the top 200 could possibly be it. Jai Bugby, if they ever move on from Barrios or Diaz. Diaz is short money anyway. They've got possibilities in players like To Be Determined, Schnee's community credit player, to be a possible closer on this squad. But there's really nothing on the immediate horizon for the Dodgers to work with, so it's all outside for the moment. Again, the organization's considered bottom third of the league right now in regards to its talent. So, Tim.
Yeah, and like a lot of their draft picks of late, like the first round picks, have been kind of hope he hits. Kind of, I mean, To Be Determined is definitely going to be a solid player, but you've got guys like Jimmy Bolden, who really hasn't popped up yet. Tanner Bybee, who's close, but I don't think he's. And that's what happens when you pick.
If I remember right, isn't he out for the season too? I think he had an elbow issue.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he is. So it's a good team, but they've kind of struggled the past couple of years with drafts. And some of it's been bad luck. I mean, there's some good talent here. So, and they can go multiple places with this. And again, I won't trot out the same old tired names, but offense is kind of where I'm thinking for this team.
Okay. All right. Let's introduce the first selection this season and see if we think that the Dodgers have improved on their first round picking. Dodgers coming up here with the 19th pick. I like this pick. DJ Van Nest has been selected here. He is a 20-year-old sophomore out of Illinois College in Jacksonville, Illinois. Maybe a South Bradenton, Florida guy didn't realize that there was a Jacksonville outside of Florida. I don't know. Maybe didn't know there was a Jacksonville in Florida he could have gone to. But Van Nest, a pure hitting type of talent indeed, definitely projects at a high end. This is a guy who's been rumored to be a 300 hitter consistently in his time if he makes the majors in his current profile. Hit 346 in his sophomore year at Illinois. Good speed, just not really a stolen base type of guy unless he keeps to work on his craft. Defense, I don't know if I see him as a center fielder, probably more as a left fielder in his future. But this is a guy that you can't ignore for all the offense he brings. For what liabilities might be there, Van Nest just screams a lot of upside as a straight line drive hitter. Doesn't pull the ball. He can go in any direction he wants. He's just, the bat is a true extension of his hands. And I think he is a top end offensive talent in this particular pool. If not a top overall talent, definitely a top when it comes to the offensive part of the conversation. Tim is there stoic. I think he's frozen. Should I freeze too? Oh, now he's back. Okay.
I was frozen just a little bit. I won't sing though. So I comped him to Ichiro Suzuki.
Ah.
As a hitter only, the defense does not play like Ichiro. But
I'm going to break out an old school name that came to my head when I thought Van Ness. Jim Eisenberg.
Okay. Oh, okay, yes. Yeah. If this guy wins a batting title or two in his career, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Good hitter, great hitter. Just want to see how he develops in the next couple of years, if he's a starter or if he's an all-star. Is kind of my feeling.
Here's an interesting question I'll ask you. If you had to do a $1 bet on the career of DJ Van Ness, which could be 10 real life years from now, if we did a $1 bet on DJ Van Ness, would he have an OBP 100 points higher than his career average? That is the type of talk on his ability to control the plate.
I'd take that bet.
You would?
Yes.
Okay. I was curious because I really see that he could be that type of guy, because most people say a good on-base percentage guy might be 60 basis points over. This is a guy that might raise that number a full 1 point, 1/10. So it's just curious if you had that thought.
It does not overswing, but yet still swings with power to the gaps. He is not going to hit 30 home runs, but he might hit 60 doubles.
Mm-hmm.
And with, that plus 100 OPB would definitely be doable. I'd take that.
All right. Hold on a sec. All right. Good call there. Let me make sure our pick is in. I see message. All right. We are ready to introduce the Cubs for their pick. We look at the Cubs. Cubs were a dominant team in the Central for a while. A little bit of a rebound as they transition. Pete Grassi is in as Diz moved over to, since he's an athletics fan, he moved over to Sacramento. Obviously, first name you think of right away, the wrecking ball, Danny Smith Jr. But then you've got Tim Lane, the two-way talent. Tim's won 5 games this year, and he's hitting .268 over at first base. You got the speed and power of Jackie Roberts. Danny White still serviceable. And former Cy Young winner, controversial, of course, Steve Randolph, an 8-game winner this year. So still, some solid names, some solid pieces for this team to be a contender now. It's the question mark of the minor leagues at this point. Cody Bradford is a 23-year-old pitcher who's won 4 games, sub-3 ERA, but he's in Double-A, so do you test them a little higher before you do that? Jimmy Spencer is a 5-game winner with a 4 ERA, a Triple-A, but not really touted as a high-end prospect here. CCPs like Kenji Kobayashi, do they add value here at the table in the future? I would have thought Kobayashi would have been more of San Antonio's goal than Oliver Torres, to just throw a quick aside. So that being said, Cubs with a pick here, and it's one of those that they still have some talent that's going to be prosperous for a while, but then you have some other parts that might be question marks here for a bit. Danny White's going to be turning 30 in the near future here. Outfield, again, right field. If Robert stays in left and Smith stays in center, right field could probably use some better talent. This team's screaming a Jacob Wilson to me when I look at what's up the middle right now. I'm not sure if you felt the same or if you're thinking different.
Yeah, I think some up the middle talent would not hurt there. To not pick on the folks we've already picked on enough. Micah Becker in right field. You mentioned right field earlier. Any of the starters that are left would be a good fill here. Becerra, Jaffe. But like you say, this team is okay for now. They just need some depth in their farm system. I could even see a reach and go for like a Nick Kurtz, who could be available, ready to go about the time White is no longer playable at first.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. That's a solid name. And some of those pitching names, Jaffe, Becerra, still shock me that they're on our list here as still available. I mean, we pick on Jacob Wilson, wondering if he can find the exit. I think those guys are starting to have extra conversations on what do we miss here? With that, it's time to introduce the Chicago Cubs selection here. Hold on a second. Diz, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's introduce the Cubs selection here.
Pretend we're having an argument.
You want to fucking tell me why?
I want the street to think that you and I are on the outs. I especially want those fuckers who left to hear about it. I want to give Channing, Carly, and Plaza a good fucking.
I heard they went out on their own. You didn't bless that?
I did not bless that.
That's a shame. They were talented, and I kind of like them.
Oh, so you don't want to help me out?
Fuck that. They fuck you, they fuck me. So let's fuck them. What do you want me to do?
I'm gonna poke you. Poke me back.
I'll poke you all goddamn day.
You throw in with them. You tell them I was a prick when you stuck your neck out. More to come.
Got it.
You've been through a lot. You all right?
It was hell, but I survived.
When you walk out that door, I want you to tell me to go fuck myself. Good and loud.
They're gonna hear me in the back office.
Come bonus time, I am gonna show you enough love. You can start a 3rd family.
2's fucking plenty.
I'm gonna shove you now.
Go ahead.
I love you like a brother.
Set out to die.
I fucking love you too, man.
Go fuck yourself, Axelrod.
Bobby Axelrod. I needed to play that fight between him and Dollar Bill. What did that clip all of a sudden get us a bunch of follows? Just had 4 follows just like that all of a sudden. Wow. That was
Game
so
knows
funny.
game.
Yes, game knows game indeed. The Axe is coming to Chicago, a freshman from St. John's. And I love that The Witcher is playing his lo-fi in the background.
Great horny toads!
And Pete dropping 10 gifted subs as well. So he's working on Axe as we speak. Thank you very much, Pete. From St. John's, a power profile for Axe. He should be as cunning as he is a trader. At least we're sure of this. He'll buy a team in the future, and he doesn't care which team. He will buy you out and tell you to go GFY, apparently. Yeah, I should have warned that there would be a little bit of vulgarity coming, so sorry. But we had to have some fun with that. It is Bobby Axelrod who will be picked here, besides the humorous little scene there, because Tim was laughing his butt off the whole time off camera that you could not see. Besides that humorous stint. And yep, thank you to Annika Online for the excellent picture of Damian Lewis, Bobby Axelrod, that we also put together. So what's your thoughts here? The future replacement of Danny... Yeah, I can't breathe. Future replacement of Danny White here?
Yes, and might actually buy him out himself.
To get there sooner, huh?
Yeah. Solid bat. It's a CCP. Mr. OPB is his archetype, so he will get on base. And I think all the skills will play up. This is so fitting. I'm looking at the scouting report I did on him. His makeup, the leadership and effort could help him maximize his tools, but his personality may require careful clubhouse management. Sold.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That's great. Bobby Axelrod picked here by the Cubs with the 20th pick. That one I absolutely had to do. So
Well played.
If Pete brings in his next CCP, then I'm going to have just as much fun with another time that guy will ever be called up. I don't care if he's an 8th round pick. I'll pull him up, for a pick.
Emergency stream.
Emergency stream. We got to introduce the 8th round selection here by the Cubs, and there you go. Oh, great. Now I've set the parameters. We need a first round pick, video for every first round pick. No! Boy, that'll take forever. We'll just do round 1 and be 8 hours long, apparently. Nope, try not to do that. Nationals, or Pirate is the selection. Pirate 41 wins this year. That is a 3-way tie with the Mets and Expos right now. Nationals, a one-time world champion back in the 2025 season, have relied on some pretty steady eddies here for a while in the Diggs brothers, Joe and Mark. They're still performing well. Joe, just a 4-game winner this year, 3.38 ERA. Brett Justice is definitely starting to come into his own as once originally just being a reliever. Other talent, Chris Sabo Jr. is a community credit player of a fan of Chris Sabo, as you could guess. Jose Anthony, maybe a little underwhelming this year for the now 30-year-old. Mark Diggs performing well. Chris Green definitely hitting for power. Chris Green was always considered to be the replacement power for Juan Soto. Again, I look at this team. Some possibilities, although Steve Sawyer, for as close as he could be, he might be a little far away. Andre Sulk is not only starting his journey in Double-A so far. So again, maybe not any immediate pieces that are going to come up anytime soon. A couple of players are trying that out, and Trey Sweeney, Dante Gelsey. Gelsey probably having a little more success than Sweeney so far. When I look at this team right offhand, I'm thinking, I love Papa Vaz, but shortstop looks like a big opening right now. Phil Milwee, I think, is injured, if I remember correctly, or just not being given an opportunity. Well, I mean, he's a 271 hitter with 6 homers, so not sure why Spiker over Milwee at this moment. But again, serviceable pieces, not really anybody standing out like they once were. They've kind of fallen back to the pack in regards to their talent as they have aged. So it's not a old team, Anaheim, but it is a team that could use an infusion of youth here. It's just a matter of where do you start? What do you think?
I've been predicting the collapse of the Nationals now for about 5-6 seasons, so I'm going to stop because it just doesn't happen. And Pirate usually pulls a rabbit out of his hat. One of the things that I do see that I do have some concern about is just pitching depth overall in the organization. As far as dependable, either solid starter or they could really use somebody like a McClure type, who's going to be able to pitch every other day, sort of thing. I kind of expect it, though, to go offense. So that's
offense.
My
okay. All right. I'm kind of...
Homers especially, power especially.
Yeah, I'm kind of middle of the road on which way they would go here. I think whichever, as long as it's a solid pick, that's more what I think is matter to me right now. San Antonio National. Just...
I see what you did there.
Nationals pick coming up. Yeah, this isn't a bad pick. Mason Miller, the 6'5" right-hander from Gardner-Webb University out in North Carolina. Should have known Pirates out there. NC Pirate, he's going to take a guy who's got an NC tie to it. The Pittsburgh native did have 13 starts this past year with a 1.25 ERA. Now, here's the interesting twist on him. A lot of people really projecting him as a real future closer. Gee, I wonder if that's because that's what he does in real life. Probably, but Miller looks like an abs. If that's where you go, and we're getting to the neighborhood that some of these very high-end future relievers or closing prospects will start to be taken. I don't know. For me, Miller, just because of his ability to throw straight heat and have a really good fastball slider combination, I really feel like Miller is that type of eMLB closer that's going to have some good success. Maybe I'm putting the cart way before the horse here, Tim. But if I put Mason Miller as a future closer, I feel like that gets me at least 300 saves in my career.
That's why I don't know why Out of the Park rated him as a starter, especially since that third pitch really doesn't play up all that well. But the fastball slider grade out as elite. And yeah, I see him being better in Out of the Park in eMLB than he is in real life. And in real life, he's not that bad.
He's pretty darn good.
Yeah. This is a solid pick because this is a anchor for a bullpen.
Yep.
And now you just worry about getting pieces around him. This solves some problems for Pirate.
I would have assumed that if we got to second round in the Athletics that Miller was going to go there, because I think Diz was a huge fan of his being an Athletics guy anyway. But yeah, again, I agree with you. I don't know if you can make Mason Miller a starter. He doesn't have a high rating on stamina, and that third pitch, kind of meh, but still, 3 pitches will make a difference. But if you have a dominant 2 and an acceptable third, you're going to be real trouble on the back end. It's just getting there. So I like Mason Miller as a pick. I think that's going to be a good plus for the for the bullpen here for the Nationals. And I think I agree with you. I don't think we see him this year, but I bet we get a preview of him next year and possibly a definite in 2034.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. He kind of bridges that gap for them. And he takes my number 5 pick off the board finally.
Number 5. All right. Done and done. All right. Let's get to pick number 22. That is the Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers has been, I feel like that they still have the hangover from game 163 of extra innings, and that ball that found its way just over the fence at Triples Alley off the bat of Jamie Thurman, helping the Giants get to the postseason that led to such a Cinderella story of world championship. The Brewers were on the wrong end of that, and I feel like that has come back to just haunt them. It's been a tough year in a variety of ways. They've lost Gabe Hillman for the season with a torn labrum in his shoulder. Luke Leto has had a fractured finger, so that has removed some solid defense. A guy who actually was hitting pretty decent. He finally was figuring it out. He was hitting 280s here in 71 games before that injury took place. So he'll be back. But again, what kind of year has it been for the Brewers overall as we take a peek at the team? Again, good pieces here. Jimmy Fun, the first ever true community credit player. Bobby Witt. Been hearing some rumblings that Witt might be on the move. We'll keep an eye on that. But Leonardo Kingston, it looks like, a kind of guy that you could build around as long as you can accept his flaws. And his flaws is he's not going to be a huge average hitter, but I would think he could hit better than where he is so far. Wyatt Langford looks like he's got to improve upon. Andrew O'Quinn, he's a great community credit player. He is one of the best defenders to never have won a Gold Glove here so far. But he's starting to show a little bit of that wear and tear that I think happens. And at this point now, I'm not sure if he's even going to be a huge free agent here this offseason. So when I look at the rotation without Hillman, you've got all guys that can do in the 4s here so far. And Steve Fowler hasn't done anything wrong in the closer spot, but it's getting there. And there's really not anything that sticks out. So the team kind of middling. The only thing that they're really dominant on is stealing bases.
Yeah.
On the farm, though, there is hope. The number 1 overall prospect, Hurry Quake, will likely start to see some action as early as next season, unless they give him a chance now. Jackson Chourio is always a highly touted prospect. Is this one of those? We'll let him stay in the minors a little bit longer. At this point, why not give him a shot? They recently acquired Carl Gross. I actually like that addition. That's a guy who probably could be a 300 hitter, but one of those guys that maybe an improved version of what Matt Watson was assumedly going to be once upon a time in the majors here. So, good.
This team feels like Miami did last year, where just like the bottom fell out. And so you could do one of two ways. Well, we're not really put together all that well. Let's find another way. Or you just ride it out, write the year off, and move along. And I think the injury to Hillman kind of exposes that there's not a lot of pitching depth. It's kind of where I would go here. If I did, of course, you could go middle infield and be just as fine too, and give yourself some buildup. But I think pitching is more of a need immediately for them.
All right. Well, let's take a peek at what the Brewers have decided to bring in here with the 22nd pick here of this round. You can finally take his name off the board, Tim. Jorge Becerra has been drafted here by the Brewers, and I'm really surprised he got down this far. The 18-year-old from North Little Rock, Arkansas, played at Alabama at Fort Dale Academy here in his high school senior year. He has committed to Georgia Southern for the college if he does not sign. He's won his 19 games against 2 losses in his last 28 starts in high school. Low mid-90s, will throw upper 90s most likely with a ground ball profile. Obviously, excellent swing and miss stuff. All 3 pitches, real, I believe you said plus the plus on all 3 pitches. Just the changeup needs to be masked a little bit better as he still throws it probably too hard to be fooling anybody too much at the higher levels. But everything about Becerra just screams this is a future ace in the making. Again, 18 though, probably not ready for the majors, say in the next couple of seasons. But a definite guy that if you're trying to build a future and have a prominent starter you have control over, Becerra is the kind of guy you go for.
Oh, absolutely. All 3 pitches rating it, 2 of them near elite. The changeup will really play well. This is where being drafted into a good organization is going to help Becerra, because he will be able to make that jump from that. It's very easy to see a guy kind of level off into the high 30s, low 40s with this profile for an overall. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think Milwaukee has shown in the past they're good at this. Aaron Sanchez was the comp. I kind of think that's lowballing it a little bit. I think the velocity is going to play up. This is a really nice piece, and we'll slot in right behind Hillman at some point in a couple of years and be just fine.
With the hope that Hillman will recover from his torn labrum as well too. So
yes, exactly.
Good. Time for Pittsburgh selection here. It's the 23rd pick here in the first round. Again, our one-time view of each team and kind of give some early thoughts on it. Pittsburgh, of course, a 2-time world champion under Cody Koshin. Kenny Lindbergh now in charge of the Buccos. Still has some good names in this squad. Names we know from the world champion era, like Barry Bonds Jr. Of course, we also have other talents like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
We ain't doing that, Steve. Not right now. Jerome Bettis, the bus. He definitely hits for power. Not expected to do much for average there. And the alien Josh Exley did show his capabilities from his the outfield position, although I think he's been playing a little bit of DH here of late. So good pieces in place that they can build upon. They've got parts right now in Patrick Hart, the Australian, playing in the outfield. Tony Courtney as well is playing shortstop on the other side of Austin. Rotation is probably the question mark most for me right now. Blake Snell, of course, the most winningest active pitcher currently, but planning to retire anytime soon. Nothing about this rotation scares me at this particular point, as it might have once upon a time with Koshin anchoring it. So it is definitely a transition time, as the Pirates did trade away Koshin for a couple of prospects here, which as we transition to the farm, they are in the top 10. Tommy Ashmore, Michael King. He's not pitching terrible, but an 0-7 record just suggests he might be a bit frustrated there, and I assume that there might be an opportunity to see what he has to offer. But with now just Jimmy Lowell and Ed Gasper behind the plate, for me, I'm like, let's see what Tommy Ashmore has to offer here, because I like what he's done down in Triple-A. Heck, even William Cadow could maybe keep Jim Taylor, Tony Courtney honest there on the left side of the diamond with what he has done so far, even with a .412 slugging percentage. Meanwhile, separate of that, it's going to be a bit before we start to see other names, such as their top prospect, Luis Amano. Michael Harris could be a possible, well, if Bonds ever needs to move to a corner outfield, Michael Harris might be the guy to make it happen, possibly. So that's a quick overview on Pittsburgh. Your thoughts before the pick?
I think the deal for Koshin really exposes that pitching staff. There's a couple of good starters here that are still left on the board. Jaffe really pops up for me. But I mean, any kind of pitching would really be helpful here. That's kind of where your big pick would be at this level.
Yeah. The other question I'll say is the Dark Knight ever going to be the Dark Knight again?
Yeah,
he's playing more like a boy wonder.
Yeah, Bane has definitely broken his back.
Yeah.
I was very shocked at that, and I hope it's just a bad year and hope he bounces back.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit more than that, since he had a mid-5 ERA as a starter last year.
Oh, that's true, too. Yeah.
All right. Let's see who's coming to Bucko Land. What cannonball is being sent their way? It'll be Reet Pose. That is the second community-created player that Pug created this year. Pose, I wonder who he's based off of, although because he's a pitcher, it could throw some people off. From Belfast, North Ireland, a left-handed thrower, was a senior at Notre Dame. It makes sense that an Irishman would go play for the Fighting Irish, wouldn't he? Not sure if that means that he is prone to hitting 9 on his keyboard for the next pitch coming, but had 16 saves for the Fighting Irish this year. A knuckleballer who can throw low 90s with a fastball cutter combination. So if he's not throwing the dancer at you, he's throwing some level of low 90s heat. That'll be hard to adjust on. He's got pretty respectable control. They actually think he will grade out to being plus control here. And in a park like PNC, which very much favors pitchers, I have to think this is a nice little selection, if only for down the road. But an imposing Irishman, 6'8", 210-pound left-hander, Reet Pose. I keep wanting to say a different name. And as is, Rocky Draws had to fix it because she put Reet Rose. I said, no, we're not talking like Scooby-Doo here. If you want to fix that slide for me. So, all right. Tim, what's your
6'8" knuckleballer, yeah, and a lefty, no less. I think Pug leaned into every trope of CCP he possibly could in one guy. This is my number one prospect overall out of this draft, and it is because of the fact that knuckleballers have such a huge tradition here. He's a lefty, 6'8", dominant stuff, will just intimidate. This is not the problem in Pittsburgh, but I do like the pick for them. It gives them some stuff to build on. He does not have to be in any rush to develop, although with Pug, I am pretty sure he's going to be up sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So I like the pick, but I'll tell you, with as many knuckleballer archetypes as keep getting made, I'm going to have to start putting a limit on that because remember, how many real-life knuckleballers are there right now? One. And he's not that great. There's only one Tim Wakefield. There's only one R.A. Dickey. There's only one Charlie Huff. So
I'm so tired of rolling out R.A. Dickey comps.
And Tim's tired of doing all the comps. So there will be some changes to the rules. White Sox are up as we start to get to the guys that are more of the haves here in the recent years. The White Sox definitely fall in that category. And if anybody is good of showing that they are an impersonation of a Porsche, it is Jacob Staff and his team. That 90s guy covers, for those of you that don't know our real life names. The White Sox are a team that not even a few seasons ago, if you go back to 2029, they had 54 wins. In 2029, they won 40 wins the prior year, so that's 94 wins. They have tied that or bettered that in one season in their past two. And they've got 50 wins already this year. So White Sox know how to win and are a team to be reckoned with. It starts with guys like Lane Staley, Colton Short, Leonardo Broccoli. J-Rod has even been very impressive. And then when you add pieces like Clyde Torkel, and then you even have a Michael Powell finally back on an upside, you can tolerate the challenges of a rookie like Luke Raley trying to find his way, or you can tolerate the gimpy legs of some guy called the Punk, who can't seem to stay healthy here of late despite hitting .325. In the rotation, what do you say? Knuckleballer, Benjamin Abinduck, 10-game winner. Tim Weaver's a 10-game winner as well. The Scottish Screwball finally showing you put a team behind him, he will give you talent. Greg Newland enjoying life away from Baltimore, although he could be doing better. And the Knuckleball Princess Atsuko Rune, maybe one of the more fearsome five-man rotations in the majors currently at this moment. And in bullpen's not bad either. John Crabtree, who can eat an awful lot of innings, is given way to Ryan Kerkering being your closer. Danny Farrar, Joe Granger have pitched well in their roles. James Cartagena is a very unsung hero in his short time that he's been in Chicago. So good pieces all around, a team that can compete in the postseason. And they're not far away from adding more talent. Real Whalen CCP, he's got 5 starts in the majors and a mid-3 ERA. You've got Eric Singer and Jimmy Dore who are testing their limits at AA right now. Again, Raley might not be fully ready for the majors yet, but they're still very high on him at eMLB Sportsnet and Backfields Media. And then D-Block Dragon is just getting the opportunity to show what he can do as he tries to remove LeBlond from his starting role, or at least push him to just the DH, since even D-Block will say, that bat is good, we need it. So again, there's not a lot of concerns in regards to what the White Sox can do. And again, when you're in a spot like that, you can be afforded to take a little bit more of a gamble, which will give the Montreal Expos with their Wesley Boone pick and having the best minor league system right now. So, White Sox where they are. Where would you go?
To quote the Beastie Boys, what you want. Whatever they want to do is fine. They'll slot them in and they'll figure it out.
They probably will. So, all right. Let me make sure I have my cell phone set up. I was a little slow on the gun there. We're good. All right. Let's introduce the new selection here by the White Sox. They will go with the 21-year-old junior from Valdosta State. It is Christopher. Another one of those guys that was high on the list of talent, but more as future dominant relievers in the majors. For Stouffer, the 21-year-old right-hander, a fastball slider profile, will throw it hard. The slider can even touch 90, and if he has the bite and spin rate that we have seen, that is going to be an impossible pitch. And with even better control, right-handers trying to go after one low and away. Ugh, good luck. 140 41 strikeouts and 97 1/3 innings for Valdosta State this past year. That is hard to work with, period. Stouffer, that looks like a guy that just makes a bullpen that's been very respectable that much scarier. I don't think he's too far away. Maybe you give him a year and a half, and then he shows you what he can do.
Yeah. And of course, he's got the ability to come in and not be under any kind of pressure to deliver in high leverage situations. Greg Kimbrell was the comp for me here. Maybe not so much in setup, but in deliver and what he results. I'm looking forward to see how much the slider grows. That's going to be the determining factor as to how quickly he can play. The fastball, yeah, almost right now. But that slider has to come a little ways. Solid pick, a little bit of a risk, but White Sox can manage. That's
where did you have Stouffer on your lists?
Stouffer was actually pretty high for us. I had him 17th overall. OSA had him as 66th. So and I'm still tinkering with my math, and I see that I still do over calculate for relievers, but with relievers becoming more of a thing and pitching almost as many innings a week as starters do, I see Stouffer being a good play here.
Awesome. Congrats there, GT, on getting the Mega Boost. I know Jim is trying to see if he has it. Just shoot your points command, Jay Silvera, and you'll see if you have 5,000 balls of yarn. Most people will advise get a few hundred extra minimally so you can still participate in mini games before you do that. All right, let's get to the Cardinals. Cardinals winning the World Championship a couple seasons back. They are now here, 55 wins. They're very comfortable in the NL Central right this moment, as every other team in the Central under 500. Again, it's a case of that all the parts combined are doing the job just fine. Lars Nootbaar is starting to get some opportunity performing. Royce Lewis probably the biggest disappointment for the Cardinals this year, but I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. But again, you're getting consistency from Shane Rodecker, if maybe a little bit of underproductiveness, but that's not a bad thing when you're 20 games over 500. Darius McKenzie was the gamble that they brought in from the Dodgers, trading top salary prospects, not prospects, just top salary people, Danny Diaz for McKenzie. Rotation. When Torrey Allenson is on, he is on. Louis Armendariz, no qualms, probably early vote for Cy Young winner right now. Tom Falzone getting some opportunities, doing well on the back end. You have no real dominant closer here that's working in their role, but people just filling roles out very well. Bullpen, I believe, is the best in the majors so far this year at 3.04. So I guess I'd say offensively, but then when you look on the farm, it's top 10. You got some starters that could be trying out. Bobby Colburn's just getting his opportunity to start in AAA. Jeremy Humphrey is a sub-4 ERA in 16 starts for Memphis. Billy Hines has shown that if any injuries happen in the bullpen, that he could be an immediate call-up and probably be very serviceable as well in a relief role as well. Tim, with St. Louis, what would be your kind of assumptions here and how you'd go? What would you work on?
Seeing what their farm system looks like and how there's really no middle infield depth, and that's kind of become a little bit of a problem. I'm seeing Jacob Wilson on the phone in the green room, but he's not standing up. So I would kind of hope for him or some other middle infielder, but we will see.
Well, McKenzie's not there for long. And Aaron Cross, I don't think, is going to be playing shortstop anytime soon. And I have a hard time thinking Shane Rodecker is leaving the hot corner at any point in the near future. He's just kind of a lock in my mind with how I believe Anjou is trying to build on that team there. So, all right, with that, let's introduce the 25th pick here of the first round. This is not who I expected would take Cal Raleigh. But the big dumper is going to the Midwest as he will head to St. Louis. The junior at Florida State, 35 home runs here for the Seminoles this past year. Absolute phenomenal power, off the charts potential with regards to it. Again, in the majors, he could set some records for the amount of home runs he could hit at the catcher position when playing catcher. He's a good defensive general as well. If anything he doesn't get a lot of respect on, it will be the arm. But that is something I would gladly contend with if this is the kind of guy who could hit 40 to 50 home runs a year or even more and at least be able to provide some average. The question mark, is Raleigh capable of hitting 250, 230, even 200? That will be the biggest question mark that he'll have here in the majors. But a guy with this type of potential, you knew he would be picked at some point in the first round. Just maybe surprised he's coming as late as he is here.
Yeah, OSA had him ranked as 5th. I had him ranked. He was the 2nd overall catcher behind Pratt, and ranked 17th. Yeah, I'm surprised he was still here. This is an organization, though, that's got their fair share of catchers. 4 of them in the top 400. So if you want to make a deal for some catching prospects, I know who you can call.
It's not San Francisco anymore?
That's apparently not. But I'd be hard pressed to question Andrew's pick at any point, because he is good moving the pieces around and making them work. So yeah, this guy's going to be a starter. The question is going to be the contact. Real life Cal Raleigh has played up a lot higher than what this player looks to project at. But the home run power is going to be there. The walks are going to be there. The defense. Yeah, I'm not slacking on this one at all. This is a good.
If he continues to improve and hit for average with the power that he showed this past year, then re-rate. Always a possibility. Always a possibility. Hell, I even think there's grounds for a re-rate of Paul Skeens at this point, but I digress. Let's continue on. Anaheim Angels are now up here with the 26th pick. Well, we're into Team Ghidra here. King Ghidra. And the strongest head of this particular season so far belongs to Anaheim, who is enjoying the revival of the 90s theme very well here. The Angels, 25 games over 500. Jandy Ronson doing Jandy Ronson things. 11-0, 2.51 ERA. We finally have an 800 career home run hitter, just like we finally have a 900 career goal scorer in life in Mike Trout. Again, it's fictional, but work with me here. Sean Thornton, Tom Kazansky, Barry Allen, still doing their thing and still in their prime and not even there for some of them. Meanwhile, Ronald Acuna is performing well for getting towards the back end of that. And having some adequate pieces in other spots from Louis Garcia, Deshaun Ransaw, and Jamie Rockwell. Pitching hasn't been a problem. There's not many things on this team that would be a problem. So when I say that they are kind of middle of the road and have some guys that could be factors here in the not-too-distant future, there's at least 2, if not 3 prospects on the pitching side that could contend even if they work in a long relief role in Josh Schwarzenberg, Joe Dale, or Pete Starks. J.C. Swishman's a community credit player. He could have an impact on this team in the future. 1.0 player Bob Pettit. He was the better of the 2 Pettits that was in that universe. He could also be a factor, although it'd probably be more of a factor once Ronald Acuna or Jim Stone no longer have a purpose here on the Anaheim team at this moment. Tim, I'll jokingly say it's hard to improve on perfection, but the Angels are on the older side. So that can be a scary formula because out with the old, in with the new, and if the new can perform adequately, it's just going to be more of the same here in Anaheim.
Yeah. You called out all the pitching. And I think what I see when I initially look at their prospect list is tons of pitching. Where's the hitting going to come from? You mentioned Pettit. There's Chad Marshall. Most of those folks look a little wet. Well, Pettit could play, but so I think this is going to be an offense heavy draft for Anaheim. And looking at my best availables, I'm not going to say his name anymore because I'm just jinxing it. But you've got Duran, you've got Juan
JW.
Rivera, yeah, Ken Hayes, Micah Becker, Mike Hodges, any of those guys. So.
All right. Let's go right to Anaheim selection here with pick number 26. They will select from the University of Seattle, 21-year-old sophomore Eric Kiefer. I like this pick from a guy who shows a good profile of a line drive type of hitter. He's a 6'4", a left-handed throwing but right-handed hitting outfielder. I don't see him as an up-the-middle kind of guy. I don't see him replacing Barry Allen anytime soon, but I see him when Mike Trout's day is fully done and Ronald Acuna's day is fully done. I could see him probably out more in left field unless his arm really improves from what we know of it. This is a guy that's going to work counts. He'll be a bit of a money ball profile, but he'll be a guy that probably is a 20 home run hitter, do you think?
Yeah, 20, maybe even a little more. The frame is what appeals to me. I mean, 6'3", 200. He's going to age into some power just naturally with that frame. The gap power, I think, is what's really going to play up, and his ability to work a count. So he's going to see a lot of pitches. His own way of playing is going to help him progress because he's going to see more pitches than a lot of guys otherwise would. Has the speed. Yes, I agree with you. He's a corner outfielder. The comp on him was Darren Erstad, which is kind of funny since he ends up now on the Angels.
Indeed.
And it's a perfect profile for him. That's kind of what I would expect to see.
Okay. I love the Darren Erstad reference too. And Erstad had a heck of a career for Anaheim back in the day as well too. I would have questioned you if you said Salmon or Edmonds. I'd be like, no.
No.
Maybe Garrett Anderson, maybe offensively, but I would have needed to see a little bit more of a contact belief that he could profile as a better hitter to say Garrett Anderson. So, all right, very cool. Let's move on. It is the Seattle Mariners now up. And immediately when you think of Seattle here in eMLB, you think of guys like Eric Kelly. You could think of Stephen Kwan. You could think of Champ Bell, keeping grumpy old. And, of course, injured player is Cecil Cantrell, who might miss the rest of the year. He had a pretty good year last year, so that definitely has hurt a little bit of where they've been this year. Again, they made the postseason last season, but they'll need to do better than being a game under 500 in order to contend for that. Right this moment, they are just a half game out of the wild card conversation, which will become more important as we go. Kelly at 20 home runs, still struggling to hit for average these days. Jeff Wallach hitting in the 280s with 20 homers. Steve Kwan has definitely fallen off this particular season. And the offense up the middle, what offense? Screaming Jacob Wilson at this particular point from my vantage point. Pitching has been decent despite the loss of Cecil Cantrell. Not many parts that have been negative on here, including even when you look at the back end of the rotation, bringing in Young Ha Kim and the South Korean Dong Young Hao.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You can go pretty much anywhere with these guys. Most of their talent is years away. They're either playing in the rookie leagues.
Jackson Merrill's somebody who could knock on the door soon, and that's another guy that if he has another good season next year, I would say he could be a re-rate candidate.
Yes, very much so. And he was their number 1 pick 2 seasons ago.
Yep.
No,
The
Raheem
issue would be,
Jennifer,
is he an improvement on any of the starting 3 in Quan, Westcott, or Bond right now?
With a re-rate possibly, but I don't. Yeah, depth in the outfield is there, so I would definitely look towards infield here.
All right. Let me pull the appropriate individual up. We have the selection, and let's introduce Seattle's pick here in this first round. All rise for the singing of the Amari Canadian National Anthem. Amari Canada, coincidentally enough, from Gila Bend, Arizona. He was a junior at UC Irvine this past year. Another guy who throws the knuckleball at you. Now, as far as we know, he doesn't throw anything hard. He has a curve and a changeup, but it's good swing and miss action from Canada. Absolute workhorse. This guy just seems to have a wonderful health profile. He throws fairly effortlessly. So if anything, he could be a bit of a workhorse and an innings eater on days you absolutely need it. Interesting pick here. For me, I still feel like that there's a couple of additional names I would have considered before if I was on the pitching side. If I'm on the hitting side, though, again, seeing what they've got, big missed opportunity again, as Jacob Wilson must be burning a hole in a rug now in the green room.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but one thing I will say about Canada is he shot up the OSA board late. He was not in their top 100 until like a couple of sims ago, and actually rocketed up to 51st on their board. I had him 71st, and as a pitcher, I had a few folks ahead of him, like Grant, Jaffe. Still a good pitch, but this is getting a knuckleballer without having to get a CCP knuckleballer.
Yeah.
So we'll see just how far the trend goes there. Interesting pick, and we're in that range now where the teams are good and have a track record, and so it's kind of hard to argue with what any kind of things that they pick here. So.
See, Seattle, and never disrespect to Ryan Hetzer, who I absolutely love having part of the community, and he told me he really apologizes on his lack of time here of late, but that he really thinks that will change up here shortly and he'll have more availability. He had some success, but I know he had more struggles than success of recent, and he might be that one where I say, yeah, Anaheim, if they make an oops, they'll try again a lot easier, whereas that oops for a team that doesn't have that luxury, it can hurt them just a little. It makes it a little longer to get back to the place that they want to be. But I like the selection, and like you said, it's a rare knuckleballer, as it should be. It's a rare knuckleballer that doesn't come out of the CCP profiles. And again, there will be changes on that because I get everybody's in love with it and they romanticize about it, but that's the point. It's because it's unique, and we need to get a little bit of uniqueness back on that, to be honest.
And it's a tough division. Like, any little thing that happens in the AL East, you're immediately fourth.
Yep.
So it's
one wrong move, and whoops, how did I end up on the outside looking in? Yep.
Right.
All right. So we'll stay in the AL West, and we will now look at the Texas Rangers, head number 2 of King Ghidra. We'll get to Houston here in a bit. Rangers, again, you got to think that they have declared the all-in with the acquisition of Cody Koshin. Don't think Koshin's going to be sticking around. Got to think Koshin's going to have an insane price tag that Texas will probably not want to try to cover. Again, it starts at Lola Thurman. It always does. But you then look at Cassie. Cassie, 7-4, 2.62 ERA. You then look beyond them. Jack Trainor's doing what he needs to do. Alex Lee has been consistent at short. Superman Chris Reeves might not be hitting for average as we thought, but 17 homers and 50 runs batted in. That looks very heroic from my standards. And a team that's trying to find... I do struggle seeing Vlad Guerrero over at third base, but that's just me. But Vlad's playing third. Chuck Norris just signed an extension in center. Right field might be a little flexible. Again, if they're going for it this year, you got to definitely think that there's a little bit of a potential retool that they'll have to focus on. And it'll be, where do they focus on it? So when we look on the farm real quick, it's an organization doesn't have a massive amount of options available to it right away. Most of its top prospects are down in the lower levels of the league, Jeff Rowe being the only exception, and he just barely breaks the top 200. Closest thing they've got is Randy Whittington, 25-year-old in Triple-A with a 2 ERA, probably more destined for a bullpen than anything. So not a lot of help will come from the farm in this all-in approach. So if it doesn't pan out for Texas and they don't win it all, where do they go from here? So if you have to play that and you want a really good piece, what's your selection at this particular point of the draft?
I'm kind of looking Jaron Duran here. Center field, no knocking Chuck Norris because he'll kill me. But I see all of their stuff in the farm. They're starting to build the farm system over the past couple of years. And so there is nothing in the mid to high minors that's really jumping out at me. So whatever they do here needs to be kind of a solid pick. There are some CCPs like Jamie McCoy still around, who's a solid third baseman.
Yep.
There's a ton of middle infielders, but they're kind of set there. I'm kind of thinking, so then that leads me to think maybe arms, because can't go wrong picking a pitcher, and especially in this draft.
No, you hope not. So with that, let's introduce what Texas's selection will be here with pick number 28. They will go with the real-life player Nick Kurtz, first baseman from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I figured Kurtz would be a first-round pick. What a phenomenal rookie season that he had. Of course, he was most famous this year in real-life baseball for hitting 4 home runs in one game. Man, does he just look like a baller offensively. That might be the risk on him, that he doesn't really fit on a defensive style. So if you're more of a defensive wins championship type of mentality, that might be the knock against Kurtz on why he is selected so far down here in this specific pick. But here's the profile on him. Pure line drive hitter, will definitely pull the ball. It'll probably work advantageously for him over at Globe Life Field. What's your thoughts on him, Tim?
This is probably right after Wilson was probably the guy I thought could play sooner rather than later. For him to fall to Texas, the rich get richer.
Beast mode stays beast mode. Yeah, I would say Nick Kurtz, a 6'5", 240-pound first baseman. Even if all you do is have him be a DH, yikes!
Yeah. Oh, this bat plays. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent.
If anything, this could be maybe the start of the end for Vlad Guerrero in Texas.
That could be. And on a side note, Nick Kurtz has been my first baseman in Diamond Dynasty now since July. So he's something else.
So yeah, you're high on him as well too. He is the second player out of Wake Forest to be drafted. Of course, Ziggy Deacon, VR Mind CCP, was the first. Nick Kurtz is your second Wake Forest Demon Deacon to be selected here in the first round. All right.
Nice.
Pick number 29 will go to the Mets. Denbrew. Denbrew's like, why do I have to pick so far back after this season? I'm sure is what he has been saying. It has been a tough year for the Mets after winning 100 games last season. They are again in the three-way tie in the NL East for 41 wins at the bottom of the division. Again, where do you go? It's still Billy Anderson's team. That I don't doubt. Jinwoo Kim has really made a level up this season, both offensively as well as pitching-wise. Fred Rogers, Statsmonger's CCP, is getting some opportunities in the closing role. The rotation isn't terrible, but for some reason, this doesn't translate to victories for this team because it's offensive woes. One-time Rookie of the Year, Dwayne Johnson. He's playing more like, I don't know, who's a bad wrestler? It's more like Barry Horowitz, I guess. It's the only one I could pull out of the hat real quickly here. So
you're saying that the Mets should draft Emily Blunt so that she could carry the Rock in yet another performance?
Sure.
Okay.
Works for me. Works for me indeed. Now, if there's anything positive to say for the Mets, while the system doesn't get rated high, they do have a couple of immediate talents that are considered to be possible on the cusp in Mike Marshall Jr., Chris Pancake. Those guys are both 6-game winners down in AAA. And again, we know wins are a terrible statistic to use, but mid-3, mid-2 ERA for both. Both are either one injury away from getting a sample or a screw it, let's see what the kids can do type of mentality here as we're at the trading deadline. So again, a lot of question marks on a team that on paper should still be doing what it did last season, but it's nowhere near it. So whether it's on luck or just underperformance, the Mets are in the position that they're going to draft here 29th, and they're going to need to pull one that's a real solid selection here at this point. What do you think?
I feel like this is like the Marlins last year. I don't think there's anything systemically wrong with this ball club. I think there's been some bad luck, and there's bounce back potential. But yeah, I don't see, I think they're going to benefit next year by the fact that they'll have a slightly higher pick, but a solid pick here would not be bad. And there's some names still out here, so we'll see.
Would you go with what you see? Which direction would you go, hitting or pitching right this moment?
I would kind of go with all the middle infielders that are up near the top of the board now. I think I would have to go here because I have to worry about Barack and to see, are we seeing what he really is? Or is this Kevin Hart dressed as the Rock on Halloween?
That was probably a better reference. This is probably Kevin Hart dressed up as Rock with the fanny pack.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the Mets will go with here in this selection. They will go with community-created player Colby Kaufman. He is the community-created player on Discord. He's known as Dame the Lame. I talked with him earlier today. On Twitch, he is known as Chaotic One. Colby Kaufman, number 0 from the Minnesota Golden Gophers. He is a soon-to-be 19-year-old. Happy birthday in a couple of days here for Colby. A 6'1", 210-pound left-hander, another knuckleballer. Throws the knuckle, the circle change, the changeup, and the curveball. A good swing and miss type of stuff with at least average control. Those are the things that he would likely have to work on. Offhand, I like the pick. I don't think he's a top-end rotation type of guy, but I would say even a 3 or 4 probably isn't bad here for the Mets because pitching has never been or doesn't seem to be the problem in New York.
No. And to be fair, the Mets in our universe are not like the Mets in real life where they are trying to compete dollar for dollar with the Yankees.
It's because they're run by a Philly. Hi, Denver.
The comp on him was Tim Wakefield's approach with Chris Young's contact management vibe. And I'm kind of leaning more
Chris
towards
Young's height? We're talking the 6'9" Chris Young, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no, not the height. Yeah, I do like this, and of course the CCP knuckleballer, so you can't go wrong. And although this is Dame the Lame's first, I believe,
it is
CCP. I don't know anything about him and kind of like his feel for this sort of thing, but it's a promising start. I'm not angry at this at all.
Okay.
Although there's still some higher names on the board, I also think sometimes later round lists kind of tend to assume that other people are going to be already gone.
Never assume. Never.
Exactly.
Never.
Clearly.
Put Jimmy Pratt first on every single list if you think Jimmy Pratt's the first.
Exactly.
And if for any reason 28 other people say no, then there you go. You won.
Congratulations. But a lefty too. So, yes. Solid pick.
Awesome. Good. Hey, guess what? We're getting close. It is pick number 30. When the first round's done, the shortest of breaks, mostly for bathroom. And I'm going to change because I'm hot. I've got to change for the next rounds. Padres coming up. Steve Kim's team. Well, again, the rich could continue to get richer here. Padres are doing just fine, trying to hold off the Giants. Again, Padres winning in 2029. They can always rely on the Kim family and anybody that, and of course, we had to look very carefully to see if there were any prominent Kims that could be drafted here in the first round. I don't think that'll be the case here this go around. Jeff Hudson has been doing what he needs. Jimmy Sherman. And do you remember Jimmy Sherman once drafted by the Red Sox? They could use him. 4-2 with a 2.93 ERA. Yuna being the queen of diamonds. Mason Hour doing his best rendition of Chase the Louder, and the weird splits can kill one side and the other side. It's like he swings a feather. But again, Fernando Tatis is still doing his part, even if he's further down in the lineup now. So again, top to bottom, this team does well. If there's a risk on this team, it's bullpen. Bullpen isn't the strongest in this case. Only Zach Lothar, of all people, throwing sub-3 ERA here at this particular point. Middle of the league in regards to the minor league system. No real talent expected to make the majors here anytime soon. Maybe just 24-year-old Joe Fox could get a sniff if the bullpen needs to have some retooling, but hasn't been given that chance yet. So, again, the parts are in place for this team to continue to dominate, at least for now. But if there's something that San Diego, or Steve Kim specifically, loves to explain, he is just continuing to plot the death of his owner so they can finally have some finances. In the meantime, he has to continue to contend with his money-grubbing owner, taking a lot of money. I expect he will call and file a complaint with the commissioner's office here for these types of topics and comments, but he's a fictional player. I don't give a crap. Tim, what do you think the Padres' next move will be here?
Well, outside of hiring a hitman, this is somewhere where the infield is kind of like, I look at their prospect list. Middle infield is lacking. Corner outfield is lacking. That said, there are a couple of names on and the starters, starting pitchers. You did mention relievers. Mike Jett is still available. Jim Nemeth, who I'm higher on than OSA, is still available, as is Abernathy.
Okay.
So yeah, there's some room to play here.
All right. We'll see if they go pitching or if they go hitting. Again, it's the Padres. They're going to probably be good with whatever selection they have, as long as it's not a bust. We don't know that until later, of course. Here's the Padres' first pick. We're finally in the 30s, gang. I like the pick. Ian Rowell, nicknamed the Falcon from Mount Vernon, New York. He's a 21-year-old junior that played at Fordham University this year. Another guy with proven mash potential. 51 home runs have been hit in his last 2 seasons here of Fordham University. They don't really give him the greatest we'll just basically say that ratings-wise, he's not given a lot of love as a defender. But if you're thinking of he's got a phenomenal arm and everything else can be worked on, then you've got a good start there. Plus speed, but we're not talking 20, 30 steals. We're just talking a guy who's not going to clog the base paths, and he has a good line drive swing, but he really will be able to put a lot of damage over at Petco Park with his pull profile, hitting that ball down the right field line. Got to think 30, 35 home runs have just been acquired here with a 30th overall selection here. What's your thoughts on Ian Rowell, Tim?
This is the replacement. Remember when Framil Reyes played for the Padres?
I do.
This looks like the replacement, ultimately. Lots of good power. Solid eye. Will grow into well above average. Also, it's good for doubles, too. So it's not just trying to pull it. There's some gap power here as well. Joey Gallo is my comp for him. And I see that, although I do expect a little more contact.
I was going to say, if Joey Gallo, I'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah. I expect like 260s out of Rob.
I'd say, Joey Gallo is more what Cal Raleigh would profile too if Gallo was a full-time catcher.
Yes.
But Rowell, I don't know. I feel like that there's more ability to hit for average that he has shown in his time at Fordham.
If this is his floor is a fourth outfielder. And I don't see him being at his floor.
Yeah.
So this is a solid right field pick.
The only thing that I think would keep him as a fourth outfielder is if his defense never improves. He's not been given high marks for some of his mistakes that he has made at the collegiate level on error. So that's the risk is, but he has a very solid arm. So even as a right fielder, he could be a very formidable weapon. Worst case scenario, Brendan trades for him, puts him in a short right field there. So you don't have as much to worry about. It's easy to throw people out. Who knows?
Look at you solving problems.
I'm just throwing stuff out there at this moment. On to Toronto. Man, we get to the richer teams now. The first place Jays comfortably leading in the East right now by 4.5 over the Red Sox. That lead was a little stronger before, but the Jays did fall in a little bit of hard times here of recent. Again, they've done this all without their ace. William Money has been down for the entire season. He's going to miss the entire year this year. Isma Bracamontes is also on the IL, but expected back here not long after this All-Star break. Braden Halliday has fit in well at the top of the rotation, 11-game winner. Clint Barton, Hawkeye, JC's community creative player, has also won 8 games this year. Rafi Martinez, though, had recently gotten fired from being a full-time closer. It's now been a closer by committee here of late. That would kind of by default have me assume that they might be thinking a closer that could be available in the nearer future, or at least another arm that they could probably put a little more faith in. Toronto is a lot less tolerant about having blown saves there on the back end. On the farm, top 5, Chubby Nutsman, another catcher that is prominent and dominant, ready to take path here. Catchers are just beasts in our universe, is what it is. Clark Reedy could possibly be a future successor because, again, second base is kind of looking like a question mark to me, and would Reedy be the need to fill there?
Yeah.
So, again, a team that has the potential based on the farm, but right this moment, don't really need it yet. They'd love to have certain pitchers, William Money, that aren't available to them right now. So again, like you say, the rich can afford to have a misstep here. They'd have to have a big misstep to awfully goof this one up, in my opinion. So, I don't know. What's your vibe here? What are you thinking Toronto would be mindful of?
I think they can go anywhere, but you mentioned the bullpen, and Harris does have a bullpen guy that he has created for this draft. So I wouldn't, you could see Sid Finch not make it to the Mets and end up with the Jays. But yeah, that second base issue is looking kind of stark right now as well. So although Reedy looks ready.
Okay.
So again, a wealth of options here.
All righty. Well, with that, let's introduce the 31st pick here of round 1. Well, they're going to go up the middle with, from Iona University, sophomore Robbie Hicks.
Okay.
Hicks will be drafted here. He is a 20-year-old from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Hicks, good speed. Hasn't been the most aggressive kind of guy. Not sure if it's just because he has any question marks on it or if he just does not want to make an error on the base path. Another guy that's claimed to have very good ability to hit for extra bases while also being a very patient hitter. But he also has been prone to being a little too aggressive at the plate and is expected to have a fair amount of strikeouts. From a defensive standpoint, no arm to be talked about at all, too. And I thought Johnny Damon was considered to have a very weak arm. I think Robbie Hicks is probably trying to rival him there. Issues or flaws in his profile, he's still a respectable player. I don't know, maybe just because of his question marks of hitting for contact and not being the best defender out there, might be like maybe just a little too early from your vantage point?
Possibly. Definitely a 3 true outcomes guy with speed. Just kind of a weird profile. The comp that came closest was Byron Buxton, early Byron Buxton.
Okay.
Who hadn't really gotten the bat, because when he started, his bat was way behind.
Yeah, it was. I know, because I had him as a prospect, and when I called him up, I was like, I'm going to win my rotisserie leagues for a while, and I was like, what?
Yeah, he burned a lot of us. We don't.
Thanks, Byron.
Yeah,
he's our Bruno. We don't talk about Byron in the early years.
No. In the outfield, he is more speed than anything else. So I worry about his ability he like overruns plays. The arm is not as great as it should be. So he's going to need a lot of teaching there. But because we had him, Backfields Media had him at, I think he was he was the 4th center field prospect for us, even ahead of Van Ness, who really wasn't playing that much as a center fielder. Mm-hmm. So Hicks, not a bad selection here. Although you got Jaron Duran at center, if you wanted a center fielder.
Hicks.
Duran
at least for me, Duran was higher than Hicks. So
yes,
again, he's a baller. But I just think if you want a bit more of a complete package, I would have gone for Duran as well, too. So,
yeah.
And Mr. Audit making a heck of a reference. Unless you have Manny Ramirez on your team, you're seriously worried that he's going to be able to hit the cutoff man. So,
just play him in.
Yep, indeed. Play him in. All right, over to Philly we go. Time for Hebrew Hammer's selection. Again, Philly is the epitome of the rich and being richer right now. 64 wins, 719 winning percentage. No doubt who the best team in the majors is right now. Starts with the brothers from different fictional mothers, Deer and Beers. Back-to-back 346 averages. Did someone hijack or glitch the league here so that they would both be hitting the same average? I guess Wade must have been the one to do it because he transposed the 23 to a 32, apparently. But again, top to bottom, even if they're not hitting, they're there for defense like a Hamilton Porter. And even when Hamilton's hitting north of 200, that's a plus. Ethan Knight still doing Ethan Knight things at his advanced age, 9-game winner. Brian Wu is being just fine as a 10-game winner. And the Hammer, I'd say right place, right time, but a 3.09 ERA just says he's pretty good at what he does. He's a 14-game winner this year. Everybody is just looking very solid. This is the scariest rotation to deal with. And even scarier is Mark Jones is getting more starts or more closing opportunities than Andrew James is. James has only thrown 22 innings this year to Jones throwing 76. So a lot of strength on this team, and that's why they have one of the weaker farms at all times here as they rely more on proven talent. Although one name we know in the future is going to be a predominant one, Roger Lemons, the 20-year-old who was acquired in a major deal this year, 3-game winner with a 2.08 ERA, throwing almost as many strikeouts as he has here in A-ball. You got to definitely think he is a future Philly without doubt.
I would fully expect...
and any pick, the joke will be any pick that is made here is an improvement to the farm when you are a bottom third of the lineup kind of guy. You really have to make a bad pick to screw that up.
Yeah. They're very pitching heavy in their prospect list. I fully expect either a massively great defensive player or an arm here.
Okay.
That's usually been the MO.
Okay. Well, with that, let's get to Philadelphia's selection here in the 2032 draft. That's a little bit of a reach, I think. Kurt Moore, an 18-year-old high school senior from Lawrence Free State High School in Lawrence, Kansas, originally from Kansas City, Kansas. Now, he looks like he's got good velocity potential. A lot of people believe that he's got the good mechanics to bump up the velocity to the mid-upper 90s, but low 90s right now. Fastball, slider, changeup, sinker. I don't know. Compared to what's out there still, this does not feel like an improvement.
No. My comp for him is Edwin Jackson. And because I feel like well, he's going to bounce around a lot.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think that's the reason we picked that. If he maxes out, he's an average pitcher.
All right.
There's questions about his makeup, low leadership, low loyalty. So I worry about as a guy who is going to go through developing, there's so many potentials for setbacks. Is he going to push through that? To pick somebody like this first round, I have questions. I have lots of questions.
Yeah.
And I mean, Hebrews won a few more games than I ever did. As a matter of fact, this year he's won more games than I ever did.
Combined, you're saying? How many seasons are we talking about? I'm kidding, Tim.
Four. No, I own it. But okay, we'll see. I'll give his Hall of Fame induction speech. How about that?
That's good. I like that. I like that very much. All right. It is on to Houston now. The last part of King Ghidra will be looked at here in the AL West. Houston just chugging along as they normally do. Good reliability from their usual names. Sammy Isla performing, of course, adequately. Maybe a little bit of a step back. It's like Houston not doing much on the running game as much as they once did. But still, from a top to bottom, you get respectable hitting. Yordan Alvarez still producing well, 21 homers here halfway through the season, still hitting north of 260. Of course, pitching starts and ends at Martin Bradford, 13-game winner. Another guy who could be an early candidate for another AL Cy Young. And even on the bookends, another Bradford doing his job well, sub-4 ERA for the rock star Chase Bradford and 17 saves. There are some parts that could be available in the nearer future, if I remember right. Or Steve Meadows, I thought, was a little better rated than he is now. No, he's 23rd, and for some reason I thought he was in AAA, but that's my mistake there. 3.75 ERA. So Meadows could possibly come in to maybe be what they hoped Jeremy Boson would be last season. Of course, Boson is the name that is synonymous with the downside of the 2031 World Series for the Astros, where they got to facing and losing against the San Francisco Giants. So, again, Houston just consistent through all of its time with Ben at the helm here, and gotta think that he'll continue to put in very consistent players that he will go and get and bring aboard here. So what's your thought on what you think that they should be focusing on here with what you've seen?
What I see in their farm system makes me think that you could not go wrong like choosing an outfielder. Although a lot of their pitching, the pitching profiles pretty well, but have not had the results.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe an arm here, but I would kind of tend to lean towards the outfield.
Okay.
If it was me.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will introduce who the Astros have selected here. They're going to go with 20-year-old right-hander Dave Becker out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He was a junior over at the University of the Ozarks. I don't know if we've seen the Ozarks here in eMLB in recent memory, to be very honest with you. Pretty good profile here. You know, might not be well known for the for his control rating, but it reminds me of Hervé Briand with, I'll bring different types of fastballs and you try to hit it. Now, he might not have the same credo as Hervé Briand, but that was my comparable when I looked at Dave Becker. I said, this is a guy that's going to be he won't be Martin Bradford. Very few people will be Martin Bradford, but he is an absolute good. This will be a good pick here, I think, for Houston in the long game.
My comp on him is Phil Hughes. Solid fastball, cutter. If the splitter or the sinker, if one of those develops into a good third pitch, I think he locks into a rotation arm. Worry about the control a little bit. This is a reliever type profile, but I think with the stamina, there's going to be the tendency to kind of if all four pitches develop, I think that control and movement come off, and it will be better for him. So it'll come down to their ability to develop him as to just how much of an impact he makes in the next couple of years.
All righty. I saw in the chat a little bit of talk about Jaffe versus Becker because it was on auto on Houston and Jaffe was selected. In looking at the options that were available by the Houston scout, it was neck and neck. What ended up going with Becker was a combination of in the end where they think he is compared to Jaffe, and also signability. He's also less expensive to have signed compared to Jaffe as well, too. Not that a team like Houston cares about that, but again, trying to make a prudent decision. That was the choice made. Becker over Jaffe. Again, still surprised that Jimmy Jaffe's out here. But Dave Becker is no slouch. And I think I agree with Jamie, even if he removes a dollar amount. I think it's an interesting mix, and it's worked for Hervé Briand. Maybe it can work for Dave Becker, too.
Yeah, exactly. Briand is a good comp for him as well. So and not nearly as much in cost.
Very true. Very true. And Houston, by the way, was going to have another pick here in a moment. We have one more pick here in round one. Then we do 2 quick comp picks. So this is our last team that we're introducing for the night. The rest of the night will get a lot faster here. We're not going to do what we've been doing here for each round. So it's finally the world champions, Mike Kilkenny and the Giants. They're continuing on the same now. Maybe the negative from their vantage point is they're still scrapping like they are in the regular season as they had to do last year. The idea based on the 2031 Giants, just get to the dance. That's all he had to do, and so far they would be heading to the dance. Maybe the biggest surprise is that Michael Sean Kane. Did MSK get his big deal and say, I'm good, I don't need to do anything else? Because there's been a definite drop-off in his production so far. No doubt from the Candelas. When Cam's not scoring goals, he's hitting .342 with 21 homers. Shout out to the new youngster captain there. Mayron Catalina has really been performing well. And what a difference to have Jamie Thurman back full-time in a regular season versus losing him for most of last year and being an absolute huge acquisition late in the season. Now, maybe the bit of the surprise on why the Giants are not either leading the West or a little more secure in their wildcard standings has been pitching. Pitching hasn't been absolutely solid. Robbie Perry, big struggle this year. Thurman, when he's playing, he's doing okay. I mean, 4.37 is not bad. But even Ethan Candela, you'd expect to have a little better. Jerry Rollins, Uncle Jerry, has only 3 wins against 8 losses. So he's not getting a lot of help when he's out there. So it's respectable, but it's not dominant. It's not Phillies, to use the Phillies rotation. No one can compare with the Phillies rotation. And that's the problem. San Francisco is considered to have the lowest rated minor leagues right at this particular moment. Their catching core completely depleted. They've got Cam. They've got Dana St. John, who could be a call-up at any point, but he's no longer rated as high as he once was. There is not one prospect in the Giants organization that is top 100. So it's all grinders, all players that don't have a lot of rep that would be call-ups if there is any need for it. So in other words, I think that's my long-winded way of saying it looks like the Giants, while trying to repeat or at least get to the postseason, are doing it on extremely thin ice with each step and each game that they take.
Yeah. If I was going for like immediate help here, I would say bullpen. Immediate as in being ready maybe next year, late next year. Is some concerns as to how the Giants are going to rebound and kind of build this minor league system back. They could use some pitching. There's a lot of middle infielders here but again, as you said, a lot of grinders. There's nobody out here who's like, wow, this guy's incredible. I think Dana St. John has even kind of fell off a little bit.
He has.
From
he looks
where
it.
he went.
Yeah.
So, again, flags fly forever, but I would probably lean towards somebody that I could get that kind of help right away.
All right. Well, let's see which direction the Giants are going to go with. I think this is a decent option here. Local guy from Cal State LA in Los Angeles, senior Steve Abernathy. He's a left-handed 21-year-old. Fastball changeup was what he predominantly threw in this season for Cal State. He had 19 saves this year in 25 appearances. Throw it hard, and that's the thing. If you can throw it hard and you can mask it well, which so far he's shown with his changeup, you're going to be a real tough guy to be contend with. Just 7 walks allowed in 39 appearances, and 3 home runs were surrendered. This looks like a pretty good guy. I don't know if you'll call him a high-end or an elite closer. If he could develop a third pitch, he'd remind me a lot of Andrew James potentially.
I had him 14th on my board. OSA had him 82nd. So 34 is kind of like in the middle of those two.
Yeah.
Like his makeup. Good baseball intelligence. Normal work ethic, but the IQ kind of helps pick. The comp for him, I was really shocked, but I just kind of left it, was Trevor Hoffman.
Okay.
If he ends up being Trevor Hoffman, I don't think Sean will mind. So
So you're not going Billy Wagner because he's a lefty that throws hard?
no.
Okay.
I don't know why it picked Hoffman, but it was late and I didn't go any deeper.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So round one is officially done. We have 2 first-round picks. We'll start with Chicago and Chicago White Sox, and then we'll go with Houston. Chicago will have the first pick. Again, we're not going to do all the extra pomp and circumstance. We will remind you, though, that their first-round pick that they went with was what looks like a future closer or reliever in Steve Abernathy with that first pick. So you're thinking if you have an extra pick in the round, it just makes sense to go on the other side of the ball here?
Yes. Yeah, I do. And best available right now for us, it's either Jacob Wilson or Duran. I've never mentioned those guys tonight.
Never. I never heard their names once.
Wouldn't be a bad little pick here either. He's got some.
Yeah, I've never heard their names once. So we'll see if anybody else is started to write that down here. So let's see who the White Sox pick with their first supplemental pick here in round one. They will select a senior from Kansas named Mike Bowling, 22 years old. He'll actually turn 23 in October. This is a guy who's very, I like the fact that he has just been nicknamed an absolute rat and grinder. Those types of guys, they are the blue-collar guys that just bring the lunch pail to work. Can play many positions. He's got great gap presence. He should be feisty on the base pass if he can improve on his speed a little bit more. But a guy who's just absolutely a plus defender. So at the worst, is this a super utility guy that plays 4 times a week at the least? That's kind of what I first thought of. And I don't think that's a bad guy to have when you are looking to build on top and you're not... And Bowling, you got to assume at his age, is probably not too far away from being a possible solution at the major league level.
Yeah, and has just enough pop to kind of make that stick. Could be potentially elite gap power, above average home run power, and can draw a walk. So it's not, the defense is great. The offense isn't bad. I mean, this is not just a defense only player. So not a bad pick here.
Good. All right. We're down to one final pick here. After this, the quickest that breaks, so I can change, and I can just quickly grab the super quickest of munchies. So I'm going to say we're going to try to reconvene around 5:15, and we're going to do live picks at that time. So again, we have one last pick. It is the second selection here for Houston in this round. Let me pull up. Make sure I have the appropriate individual. Okay, I have that player selected, and with that, let's finalize off again. A huge shout out and thank you to my daughter, Rocky Draws, for her amazing work on putting our slides and our graphics together. Again, we can't do this and have all this extra pomp and circumstance without her diligent help. So, Houston's pick coming up here to finish off the pre-produced portion of the show. Even though I'm live and so is Tim, we'll go to round 2 after a short break. Juan Navarro from Philadelphia. He's a junior over at Winthrop University down in South Carolina. Another kind of guy that I think if you can put him in a right situation, He doesn't look to be the next Yordan Alvarez replacement here. But Kyle Tucker was a name for a while there in Houston. And for some reason, I think that if he can improve on defense and maybe just a little bit more power, this is a really good type of player who has a lot of upside potential to be a real threat in the majors.
Yeah. The walks make up for the fact that the contact is kind of raw right now, but I think that can catch up. Walks and doubles seem to be the new money ball. Seems like there was a lot of that in the first round of this draft. My comp for him is David DeLucci, which feels like a perfect fit.
I love DeLucci.
Yeah. Not going to make any all-star teams, but, you know, is more than steady enough and is in a really great situation in Houston.
Awesome. Well, that is our first round done so far. Again, it went far longer, but I hope it was really enjoyable. It just feels like time flies. Tim and I are just having healthy conversations here. We're seeing what you guys are thinking in the chat. Again, can't thank everybody enough. As a reminder today, for at least until 8 o'clock, because that's how long I set it up for. Until 8 o'clock, first things first, if you're just getting here, you get 3 hours of drops. Those are special drops separate of the other Out of the Park affiliates. So you can come here and get every 15 minutes standard packs from Out of the Park. And then after an hour and a half, it'll switch to silver packs every 30 minutes until your 3 hours are done. Still go see your other Out of the Park affiliates. I think even the Out of the Park Developments channel as well, too, to get all of your drops today. But those are special drops courtesy of Out of the Park. And then, of course, we want to remind today that exclusive to our community credit players in the draft, GM or not, if you're doing any form of subbing today, you're going to get 5 additional boosts. And if you do 5 gifted subs or more, I've set up a discount because I can do it up to X amount of times a year. I've made today a day where you can do 5 gifted subs and get 35% off on doing those gifted subs. You get all the boosts. I don't make as much, but that's not what it's about. It's just trying to enjoy a wonderful day as best as we can. Round 1 is finally done. Tim and I, we're going to take the shortest of breaks. Let me now say 5:20 is when we will reconvene. 5:20, round 2, and we're going like this. You will have 5 minutes to make your selections and 3 minutes for rounds 4 and 5. This should go a lot quicker. I'm not going to say as much. I'm going to defer to Tim a lot more on those rounds. But that is where he and I are for now. You are watching the 2032 eMLB Draft. It will continue. Round 2 starts at 5:20. Stick around and don't go far.